Okay. So, all right. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Let's see. Can you turn off the sound? Whatever that is. All right, guys, let's settle down. Does that mean that can't be me? I don't have any sound. I don't have any sound.
Okay, I heard you.
Oh, okay. All right. So, we were working yesterday on DICE, right? Keyword-driven framework. Let's really quickly run our script and see what's going on, just to remind ourselves, because honestly I forgot what was going on. I'm going to delete these results from yesterday, okay? Okay. Okay, so we have an error over here. This is the incorrect property value, right, for this web edit. It should be L instead of P. So we're expecting an error. So let's see what happens here. Let me make sure we're running all three. Sure, that's fine. No sound. Can you guys hear me online? Yes? Okay. All right. All right, so let's take a look at our results. So we got the results here with the date and the time here. No sound. Okay, all the campuses, are you guys good? Can you guys hear me, or is there some people online that are saying that there's no sound?
From Brooklyn campus, loud and clear.
Okay. Philadelphia is okay, all right. Astoria? Atlantic City? Are you guys good? And Astoria and Atlantic City? Okay. Okay. All right. So let's see what happened here. Okay, so we're getting an issue here, right? This is what we were seeing yesterday, where it's saying that this step, clicking on the button, is failing, but then the result, this error message is coming up, and it's saying that the button click passed. So that's definitely an issue. Where this is coming from is over here in our function. So we have our function here, fn error report, and we're saying if the error number is 0, right, meaning that there's no error, then in the error report, have it return this value, keyword and past, right? Else, have it return this value, the error number dash and the error description. And then we're clearing the error object. And what we're doing in every function is we're saying if the FN error report is this, right, then write past in the result column. And in error, we're writing NA, or we can leave it blank, doesn't really matter, but we're writing NA. And that's what's being written here for every step that's passing. But if there is an error, then write in the result column that it failed, and in the error, write whatever this FN error report is. So there's some sort of a disconnect here, because we can see that this is saying button underscore click pass, which is the keyword passed, right? And that's this keyword, right? Not the previous keyword, it's this keyword, right? So in this iteration, we have that the FN error report returning that it's passing, right? But this failed is coming from, it's because this is failing, right? But it's being written over here. So any suggestions on how we might try to fix this? How we might try to resolve this issue? Anything that you guys can think of? Anything that's like out of the box? Nothing? Sorry? Everybody's sleeping? Okay. Okay. How about if we do something like this? We can say that in this function, right, the function to report the errors, we can say that if the error number is 0, then instead of the error report, instead of this function returning this thing or the error description, how about we just say true or false, right? And then over here, if we can say if the function error, right, just like the text check or the link check function, right? So if this function, meaning if it's true, right, then we can write past, or else we'll write no error, right? Else we'll write that it failed, and we'll write over here, we'll write the error.number, and what's going on here? Error.number and error.description. Yeah? Do you guys follow this logic? I'm not sure if it's going to work. I just thought about it just now. So, because I was facing the same issue with the weekday class, and I'm thinking this might work. So we'll see. Let's put this here in every function. Okay, so let's save this. We can close this, and let's run it and see what happens. see what happened here. Okay. So again, we're still seeing the same thing, and it's happening here on the button click line. But this time, again, we're seeing the error number and the description as 0, so there's no error, right? Which is what we were seeing last time, where we were getting passed. Okay.
Shouldn't it say error on line 4?
Just say an error over here. That's the problem that we're having. Okay, that we're trying to resolve. So I'm going to spend a few minutes. We'll spend a few minutes trying to figure this out. If we can't, I'm going to work on it on my own and figure out a solution and let you guys know next class. I didn't get a chance to between the weekdays class and this weekend. I just didn't get a chance to look at this. No sound again. Oh. The scripts logic. So Shaki Promi, what do you think the solution would be? So is there an issue with my script, with my driver script? So we're first going through each row in the test case sheet. Then if we're supposed to execute that test case, then we're going to go through each row in the test step sheet. And wherever the test case ID and the test step ID match, we're going to read the keyword and the inputs. We're going to read the keyword and the inputs, and we're going to execute that keyword, okay, along with the inputs. And then we're going to export the sheet, right?
Did we write like writing on the data table, like when we said like there is write on the data table error number and?
Yeah. So we're writing on the error column, we're writing the error number and the error description. Okay. Let's try one other thing.
Yeah, can we do that like two actions after else and after if?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. How about if we clear this error, the error object at the beginning of every function? Okay. And let's see if that makes a difference. This way, before the execution of any function, right, we're clearing out that error object, right? But again, I don't know if this is going to do anything. Let's just execute that one test case so we can finish it a little bit faster. Okay. So I was looking for this web editor, but it's not able to find it. And it's not necessary because there's already a location here. So we can click on Find Tech Jobs, and it'll do that. Okay. So let's come back here. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. At least we're not getting failed on this line anymore. Right? We're not getting a failed line, but we're still not getting that error message over here, the way that we want it, right?
What if we create error in something like where there is no pre-written text, so it fails on that step? That there is redundant already written there. So if we create error in that object, like
We can try that and see what happens. So we can say this is input, right? So we can, actually I shouldn't change it over here. Sorry, this doesn't matter. Can you try the error function? Only on that function that has an error. Yeah, we can try that as well. Let's try this one first, and then we'll try that, your idea as well, Alirana. Check it for me. The iteration may have something to do with it, right? But we'll see. What if we apply error handling inside the script rather than the functions? We can do that as well. Sorry for Anjum. That's also a good idea. We can try that as well. Okay. But let's come here. Let's make this L, which is what it's supposed to be, and this we'll make as input. So we're not going to be able to find that button, right? And so this text check will fail, and so will actually the browser will close. So we'll be done with that. Okay. So let's save this. So we're not going to be able to find that in that find tech jobs button. So we should see failures on 2 steps. Okay. One for this button and also one for that text check. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Okay. So again, we don't see any failures. But again, over here, we're seeing that this text check here, this thing passed. Okay, so that should not have passed. Okay. Okay. What we will do.
that one is passing because we already select Washington DC, right?
What we will do is we will paste our function library here. Okay. And I will do a, save this. And we will do a debug run. We'll step into. Okay. Yeah, the reason I'm doing this is I want to see step by step what's going on. I have option explicit twice. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So we're going to execute test case 1. And we can see here that keyword is browser underscore open, IP1, IP2 is iExplore.exe and dice. That's fine. So we're going to come here, execute this function. We're going to come over here. Oh, sorry. I need to comment this out. I will come up to the select case, sorry. Okay. So again, browser underscore open is the keyword, so we're going to execute that. So we're clearing out that error object. we're going to open up the browser URL, and FN error report right now is empty. So then we're saying if the error number is 0, then have it true. So that function will contain a value of true. And now we're saying if it's true, then write passed and write NA, which is what we see here. Okay, so we're good. And then we'll go next, go to the next row. We'll run it up to the keyword. Okay, so now we're looking at text, now we're looking at edit underscore set, right? That's the keyword. These are the inputs, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So we're going to execute this function, right? We'll come here, we'll clear out the error object. We'll set that edit, right? And we see, oops. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Okay. So it's not entering that why is it not entering this conditional statement? Okay. Let's try one thing. I'm going to stop clearing out the error object. Okay. And we'll see if this makes a difference. So the issue is that what I realized was that it's not going into that conditional statement, so it's not executing this function, the error reporting function. Okay. So we'll save this, close this. Okay. So we're going to execute that, open up the browser, then we enter the function, error report, go through that, so it's going to write passed. Okay, that's good. And then edit underscore set, and then again, we don't enter that error report function. doing it here. Huh. Okay. So is it not doing it at all? Okay. Yeah, Roxanne, I was actually just thinking about that. Putting that on air resume next inside the function. How does it know whether the function is true or false? Shaki Promi, so this is just like the, sorry. So this is just like that text check function, right? Where over here in our select case statement, right? We're saying if text check, right? Is that then print that? Oh, there are no arguments, but it is returning a value. But it doesn't matter because it's returning a value with the browser open and close functions too. That should not be an issue.
What if we incorporate this thing, conditional statement inside the function and make it just one thing?
Sorry?
Like if we make this conditional statement, if we put this inside the function.
This?
No. The data table, this thing.
Yeah.
An error report.
Oh, over here. So instead of having the function return a value, yeah, we can do that too. But either way, if we do this, right, then the function is not going to return a value, and this will get that done. Okay, so let's see if this makes a difference. Hopefully it does. So now we're not even able to write anything in the yeah, it's not even doing anything now. Yeah. So we're able to open the browser and that, but we're not able to do anything else. So we're like worse off than where we started from.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm gonna look into this at my previous scripts, and I'll let you guys know what the issue is and what the solution is for this. Okay. I can't remember what I did before. Okay.
But if it's failing, it's like entering, I think, the right thing, right?
Yeah, this is entering the right thing, but now we're not able to do anything here. Okay. So I'm gonna, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna look at the at my script from before. Okay. Try an error on that function. Okay. We can try it. Let's make sure that everything is working fine. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we've introduced a whole other issue now where we're not able to execute our functions. Okay. Four. Yeah, I just want to make sure that what we had before was still working. Yeah. So what I'll do.
The execute file is working.
It works. All right. So I have that, whatever changes I just made to that function library, all those functions are here. Okay, and I'll upload this as well. This is Notepad++. Okay, try an error on that function without making the error function. Okay. Hmm. So you're saying don't use this error function itself? Alirana, you're saying not to use this error function itself, but just say that if there's an error, so basically have this conditional statement kind of thing within the function that's causing the error. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So that'll work. We can try that. Okay. So if we put a problem here, and let's say this web edit, right? Rem, by the way, means remark. It's the same thing as the apostrophe for the comment. Okay? So we're supposed to put this here, right? And we can say then, right? If we do this, right, this will write it to Excel, to the data table the way it's supposed to, but and this was for the web edit, right? This is what we had before, right? Save that, run it, and then when we run this, okay. So doing this again, it's not getting that error here. Daryl, email me, okay, and I'll set something up, okay? Okay. So yeah, so this we're not able to get the error over here the way that we're expecting. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna do this on my own. I'm gonna figure out what the issue is, and I will let you guys know by next class. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I just completely forgot what I did last time with this script as far as is concerned. Okay. So what I do want to do though is we're going to create another data keyword-driven framework. We'll do it on a different website. We're going to do it on Indeed. What is this? We can 16 KDF indeed. Okay. All right. So we will do this again. Get the stuff. Cases, test steps. Okay. All right. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the same thing that we did with DICE, but we're going to do it with Indeed, and this time we're going to read directly from Excel, write directly to Excel. We're not going to deal with the data table. Okay? So, like I said yesterday, we can do it both ways. We can either do it using the data table, or we can use it, create the framework using Excel directly. Okay? Why would we want to use the data table instead of working with Excel?
To increase the efficiency for this.
Because of the efficiency, right? If we're importing the data from Excel into the data table, then we don't have to open up Excel. That means that that's one less application that's running while your test is running, right? So that's one reason why we would want to use the data table instead of working with Excel directly, okay? So let's come and let's create our keywords the way that we did for DICE, right? Now, what we're going to be doing, we have a couple of test cases here. So we're going to search jobs by city, by zip. We're going to review the search results within a radius of 100 miles and filter the search to show jobs over $100,000. These are the jobs that we're interested in, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to go to Indeed. We'll search for, let's say, QA analyst, and we'll put in a zip code or a city. Click on Find Jobs. And the distance thing, right? You know, search within 50 miles, within 100 miles, whatever this is, right? We can select that. And we'll put in a filter here, $100,000, right? Make sense? So, yeah. Okay, as you can see, there's over 200 jobs in this area for QA analyst, over $100,000. Okay. So that's basically what we're going to do. We'll have some sort of a text check here, text verification for this thing. We'll figure out how to verify that 50 miles or whatever this thing says within radius of 100 miles. We'll figure out how we can select that and verify that. We'll have the filter, right? So we'll check something over here maybe, or we'll check this text again here, right? So we'll do this, okay? But these are the basic steps that we're going to be doing. Okay? Any questions on this stuff? All right. Okay. So let's build out our keywords, right? Remember, the first thing that we want to do when we're creating our keyword-driven framework is get our test cases set up and the steps, at least up to the descriptions, okay? Just get all this set up, okay? So for test case 1, these are the steps. Test case 2, these are the steps. For test case 3, these are the steps. For test case 4, these are the steps, right? And then the keyword IP1234 and the result narrative will fill out as we go on. So we get our test cases listed here. We get our steps, right? And now we're going to start working on our keywords, right? Now, again, these are the different objects that we see on the application. This is not a complete list. So as we come across the different objects, we'll add them to this list and we'll build out the keywords and the functions, right? These are the different methods that we can perform on those objects, right? So we have a button, we can click on it, right? We have a edit box, we can set some text, right? We have a link, we can click on it. We can have a text box, some sort of text on the page. We can check that, we can verify that. We can open a browser, we can close a browser. We can select from a web list, right? We can check a web list. Over here I have text check 2. I think this is a different function that we had created last time. So probably I don't know if we're going to use this or not. We can click on an element. We can sync a page, click on an image. If the application allows us to, we can navigate a browser, right? Go from page to page, go from URL to URL, right? So these are all the different methods that we can have, that we can perform on these various objects. So let's start building out our keywords.
What is sync a page?
Sync, that's the synchronization point, remember? Remember when you did a record and run, it would say something like .sync, browser.sync or browser.page.sync. You don't remember that? Okay. Well, that's what it was doing. I didn't focus too much on it because that's something within UFT.
Okay.
Okay? But a page you can sync, and all it does is it just waits until the browser page is on the same level as, or at the same point as where the script is. Okay, but it's a UFT thing. Okay.
You don't do actively anything like that.
I use wait time.
Oh, wait time.
Instead of sync. Okay. All right. So button click. We can say, you want to have different names for the keywords? No. Or you want to have the same thing?
Yeah.
Same thing? All right. So button underscore click, right? Let's actually go through line by line and we'll do it. So we'll create our function library as we go along. Okay? And here we'll say function library for indeed KDF, right? And I'll change the language here to Visual Basic. And we'll say function to click on a button, right? We'll talk about the inputs and the outputs, and then function and function, button underscore click, right? How are we going to do it? Dim web button, set web button equals to description dot create, right? And then web button dot value some property, right? Web button dot value is equal to some property. I believe 2 should be good enough. Okay. And then my browser dot web button. Any questions on what I'm doing right now? Everyone understands what I'm doing, right? This is not new stuff, right? And then set my browser is equal to nothing. Yeah? All right.
My browser?
Whoa. Sorry. Web button. Okay. So let's get the properties and values. Let's look at this button right here. All right. What can we take? I would say HTML ID, maybe the class, maybe the name. Definitely the name.
Yeah, name.
Let's say class. Let's have one more. What did we say? Maybe the HTML ID? Right? And we're done? Got to add the arguments, right? Yeah. And these are going to be the inputs. Or do we have any outputs here? No, we don't. Okay. And so all we need to do now is we need to come here, put in name, class, and HTML ID. Is there anything that's being returned? No. Okay. And
Also maybe set my browser.
oh yeah, we will do that. And you know what? There's actually one other thing that I would like to do here, right? We'll have a description. Okay. I didn't do this with the other one with dice, but it's okay. We'll have a description here. Okay, and this we'll just say click on a web button. Okay, just so that we know what this keyword is doing, right? And we'll have that here, right? Oh no. So click on a button, on a web button. All right. Edit underscore set, right? And let me add the dim my browser. Set my browser is equal to creation time is 0 and title is dot star. Dot page, and we'll do the same thing. Right? And this will be page. Okay. All right. So we can have a function now for what? Edit underscore set, right?
Right.
So we'll say edit underscore set. This will enter text in a web edit, right? Function to enter text in a web edit. Don't know what the inputs are going to be. I know there's probably not going to be any outputs, right? So function and function. And we'll say edit underscore set. And again, dim o web edit. Set o web edit is equal to description dot create. And then o web edit, dot value is equal to prop something o web edit dot value is equal to prop something and o web edit dot value is equal to prop something. Okay, and then my browser dot web edit, we're going to enter that text, right?
Right.
O web edit dot set web edit value, right? All right. Now, and so we know that web edit value is going to be one of the arguments, right? Now let's come and let's figure out the property values for these for the web edits. What properties we should use, actually, not the property values. Okay. What can we take? Definitely the name, right? Take the name. What else? Class. All right. And let's take one more. ID. Actually, I like HTML ID better. This what? Right? Better than the tag, right? Name, class, and HTML ID. Right? And this whole thing equals the inputs, right? And also set o web edit equals to nothing. Okay. Now, let's come here. Let's get name, class, ID, and this web edit value, right? All right, and we can say that we're done. text check, right? Text underscore check. This will return a what? True or false, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to return. Okay. So let's copy this. Function to verify text on a page, right? All right. All right. How many of you guys feel comfortable with this function or with what we're doing here? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Why don't you come here and do it? Yeah, come on. It'll be good. Yes? Yeah. No, you're good. All right, we'll get some people up here doing these, creating these functions. What do you guys say? No one wants to offer?
No.
Yeah, come on. Can I do? Okay. All right, Yusuf Alam, let's do it. Yusuf Alam, let me give you 8209. Okay. Alam, are you there?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, how are you? I can try.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to give you control.
Just mouse control.
How do I give you control?
Just give me mouse, that's all. Mouse control.
I'll make you an organizer. Will I be able to give you control? Okay. All right. Okay. Can you type? You should have the keyboard and mouse controls. Yusuf Alam, are you there? What happened to him? What do I do? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, he's not connected to audio.
You can just go off. You can write.
It says you're not connected to audio. Actually, you can probably hear me, but it's not connected. You're not connected to audio. What's the deal here? Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, why don't you go ahead and start writing out that function. You won't be able to talk, but that's okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So that didn't work out. Okay, that's fine. Let me try someone else. Benjamin Haruna 3283. Let's see. Okay, Benjamin.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try. How would I do this?
And God is restoring riches. Even to the point of his wedding.
All right, cool. What's going on here? All right. Okay. Okay. All right, let's get someone from here. I'm having some issue giving people control. So, someone from here. Who wants to do it? Come on, guys. You want to do it? Oh, it's okay. Yeah, you got it. Huh? All right. Okay, yeah. Why don't you come up here? You, and then after this, then you can do it. Okay? Come on. All right. So I need you to explain what you're going to be doing as you're doing it. Oh, no. What is this? It's right here. Oh, yeah, okay.
So we're going to check the text, right? Okay.
You got to pick up this.
First, let me do this, and then I'll.
No, you got to talk as you're doing it. You got to explain what you know.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have to first create an object. Okay, so first of all, we have to create a function. What was the name? Name was text check. The name is text check. So we will decide the properties later. Okay.
So what is it that you're checking?
We have to verify text present over there, right?
Right.
Where is
So let's get some Internet Explorer.
it? So let's say QA analyst. So let's say we have to verify this text present over there. So okay. It must be a web element, right?
Yeah, first maybe make sure to check it.
Yeah, we can check it.
So it's a web element,
Yeah,
right?
we can check it. We can confirm it like that. So we have confirmed it. It is a web element.
Right.
So we are going to define a web element over there, web element object, and we have to set it as web element like that equals to description.create.
You gotta speak up, man. I need you to yell. So those people in the back can hear.
Okay.
Need some water?
Okay. So we have created a description object, right? So now we need to define the properties that we need to. We need to identify an object that is present over there. So for that, we have to define some properties and values. The values we are going to decide later.
So what are you doing now?
So now I'm just creating the sketch first. So after that we are going to add the property name and the values later on. Let's add the properties first. So we have to identify the object over there. Here it is. Okay. So copy all the properties. Paste it over here. Now what do you think? What properties should we take out from here? Maybe tag inner text. Why is it?
Inner text is something very specific, though.
Why is it? What do people think? Why do we take inner text though?
Because we have to, we are looking for this thing, so we have to.
Yes, because we have to specify. We are looking for this specified text. Okay, so this must be present over there. Sorry?
The text will change, right?
Yeah, text may change, but
for test engineer in
Yeah.
New York, that text is going to change.
But this is the checkpoint, right?
but we are trying to check. The text, right? So
We want to verify this text, right?
yeah. So first of all,
So how are we going to deal with this changing value? Do we need to deal with this changing value? So
Yeah.
right now we're searching for QA analyst and whatever you search for, whatever location. But what if we also want to search for test engineer in New York? Then what? Then that text is going to change. So do we need to deal with that? How do we deal with that?
Then we.
It must be. We have to pass the value.
We have to pass the value?
Pass the exact the text that is going to that we are looking for. We have to pass it. As an inner text property.
Okay.
So like let's take HTML tag, maybe, or class. It has no class. So we can take, or we can take this as a web element.
What?
No. Hold on. Here we can we can say it is make class.
I'm not.
What?
So we can take it as a web element to identify it, because there are not much properties present over there. But it's okay. We can go with this. Okay. This. Hold on. HTML tag, inner text.
He's acting like you.
I was just checking if everyone is listening to me or not. Not yet.
What if we just say visible is equal to true?
No, we can use it, but may change.
It may change? Well, we want to verify that it's there.
Yeah, we can take it.
Have I ever used this visible property?
No.
So then why are you going to use it?
That's what I was saying, that we cannot take it.
If you need to, I generally don't like to use it though.
So, and it has no name over here. Okay.
See, but don't we, like, we are not going to take inner text?
That's what I was asking. Should we take it? Should we not take it? What should we do?
We should take it because
Why?
this is checkpoint, right? We want to verify this specific thing.
It's a checkpoint. We just want to verify that it exists.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And that specific thing exists. So it's not going to, we have to understand that this is not going to change. That's what I was trying to get at. Right? If we're searching for whatever you search for, QA analysts in Washington, D.C., I don't know what it is that you search for.
Right.
Right? Well, then we're going to expect QA analyst jobs in Washington, D.C., whatever that text is saying. Right? We're not going to expect that to change because we're not going to be searching for anything else in the test case.
Right.
Why are we not going to be searching for anything else?
Because this is, we are just using for a checkpoint to verify.
Right. Can you go to the application? So we search for a QA analyst in this zip code, 22030, right? So in this iteration, we search for QA analyst in 22030. Job title is QA analyst, zip code is 22030, right? Is this going to change? So in the next iteration, are we going to search for test engineer in New York City? No, we're not. Because the focus of the keyword-driven framework is not changing data.
Yeah.
You remember that? So this data is not going to change. We have test data, but it's just not changing. Okay? These values are going to be hard-coded into Excel, right? As the property value, as the values of the property, right? Or whatever the inputs would be, right? That we're going to be setting into these web edits. They're not going to change because the focus of the keyword-driven framework is not changing data. Make sense? So that's why we can take that QA analyst jobs in Fairfax, Virginia 22030, that inner text. That's why we can take it because given this data, given these inputs, QA analyst and 22030, that is the text that we're expecting to see. Make sense? And that text should always be there in that format, right?
Yeah.
If it's not there, then we have a problem, right? Does that make sense? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so now that we have identified the text over there, so now we can check if it exists or not, and we have provided over there HTML.
One property is enough, but you could also have 10 properties, right? Doesn't matter how many properties you have, as long as you can uniquely identify the object. How about you give it a timeout?
Yeah, that would be good. Like 3 seconds.
Sure.
So, what should we do if it exists? Anybody?
Oh.
Yeah, that's good. So,
Get your role. Yeah.
check. Yeah, that's the name of the function, and it's going to be true. So what will yeah? Sorry.
What's happening on line 43?
Line 43, yeah. So basically on line 43, we are giving basically we are making the function to return a value true, so that we can deal with it in our script later on. So if this text is going to be present over there, the function is going to say true, and then we will perform any function later on that we want to perform in our driver script.
Well, why don't we just write to the Excel sheet over here?
Sorry?
Why don't we just write to the Excel sheet over here that the step passed?
Over here.
Instead of like, so if it exists, just write to the Excel saying, yeah, it exists, it passed.
Well, we can do that, but it doesn't make sense because it's a function library, right? So it's better that if we do the other things. Because we are making it as a generalized function, right? We are making it generalized. So we just need to know that if it's present over there or not, because maybe we later on we want to do different things with that function. So we cannot specify that action in the function library.
What you're talking about, without actually saying it, is you're talking about the scope of the function.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You guys remember when we were talking about, for those of you guys that were here when we were talking about SDLC, we were talking about the different documentation test plan. We were talking about the scope, right? The test scope. So that included what we were going to test and what we were not going to test, right? Those requirements that we were going to test and what we were not going to test, right? So in the same way, that scope, right? How is the scope of our testing? What is it that we're going to be doing, right? In the same way, and we also have variable scope, right? Local and global, right? So where those variables are initialized, that's where they're going to be used, right? With this, we also have something called function scope, right? Or the scope of the function. We want to make sure that we're staying within the scope of the function. In other words, we want to make sure that we're staying within what it is that the function is actually meant to do. Okay? This function is only meant to verify if a text exists or not. Okay? The focus of this function is only to do that verification. It's not to present any kind of results in any other way.
And also it is just a general function, and we can use it in any other text. I mean, in any other test we want to perform, because it's just verifying that specific text is present over there or not.
Right. Does that make sense, guys? So that's why here in this function, we're not going to print any results. We're not going to write anything to Excel or any of that stuff. Okay?
So
do me a favor, change the indent for the end if, move it back one. Here you go.
So are we done now? Not yet. What do we need? We need one thing. Sorry? Yeah, I have already did that.
You need to write the argument and input.
Yes, you're right. And one more thing.
We have a lot of fun teaching. My man.
Yes,
What is prop task?
I'm sorry.
Complicated. Complicated.
Like that. You're also listening to me. That's good.
What?
You're paying attention. So we need to clear our memory, right? This thing. Set element. Okay.
Put in the input.
Input setting. So,
Like after up there, like green one, comment.
Where's line 34?
oh,
34.
oh here. So now here we are telling that we are going to have these inputs in our function. And do we have any outputs?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. What is it?
True or false.
True or false. So now that we are done with this function, and now we can use it in our.
Yeah, but before we use it, can you explain line by line what you've done?
Okay. So first of all, we have declared in memory an object, basically.
On line 37, is it an object?
Like, yeah.
It's not an object on line 37.
it's basically a description object. I mean, it's a variable.
It's a variable.
Yeah. On line 37, basically it's a variable. Now on line 38, we are setting it as a description object, which is going to carry all the properties and the values of our object that we are going to use in our driver script. And on line 39, we are specifying which properties exactly we need our description object to carry. And on line 40, we are doing the same. On line 39, we have the property known as HTML tag, and on line 40, we have it the inner text. And now,
What is the what's another name for this description object that you keep talking about?
The properties.
Properties what?
Collection object. Properties collection object.
Object, right? So line 39 and line 40, HTML tag and inner text, we're adding properties to that collection.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And with their associated values, prop HTML tag and prop inner text. Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
line 42?
Now on line 42, now that we have created our properties collection object, now we need to verify if it is present over there or not. So for this, we just simply say that we have to verify our browser. We have to look out for our browser, then we look out for the web element. And which web element? This one.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you this because of the way that you just described this. Are we verifying that the browser exists and that web element exists?
Basically, we need to.
Or are we only verifying that the web element exists?
No, we need to access to the specific web element, right? So we have to go through step by step. We have to first verify the browser.
So that exists is verifying that the browser exists, and that the page exists, and that the web element exists?
Not like exist. We are accessing. We are taking the gateways to the. How do I explain this? We are taking the gateways. Basically, obviously, we have to access the child object, right?
Okay.
So when we see here,
Wait, child object. We're not doing anything with the
No.
desk and the. What do you mean child object?
Let's say we have to reach over here, right?
Yeah.
So we have to go through browser page and then we can access the object that is present on that page. So we have to we have to go through browser and then page and then the web element.
Okay.
We cannot access it directly.
Right.
So that's why we have to go through my browser. My browser contains these values. Here we are specifying our browser. We are specifying our page.
So my browser actually points to that page, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It just points to that page, and after reaching on that page, now we can access all the web elements. But we need only this one, right?
What do you mean we can access all of them?
Not all the web elements, but we are accessing a web element.
We're working with a web element that has properties and values that are within that web element collection object.
Yeah, these ones.
Is that clear, guys? So that exists. We're verifying that this web element that we've described in this collection object exists on that page, which is within that browser. Right?
So after that, we just call the method .exist, and we have given a timeout of 3 seconds. And after that, if this thing returns a value of true, then we will say that our function has the value of true, right? Our function will return a value of true. And if this thing says it is false, then our function will return a value of false, because this line over here is going to take the value of it's going to take it's going to replace by a true or a false. Okay, if this exists, it's going to replace by a true over here. If this does not exist, it's going to replace by a false. So
one last question. Now,
Yes.
stop. So line 43, line 45, right? Is the function returning a value on these lines of true or false?
Which function? This function?
Yeah.
No, this function is not returning a value. We are assigning this function a value to return in the driver script.
So at this point in time, the function itself is not returning a value. Yeah. All we're doing is we're setting the value for that function.
Yeah.
Right? The reason, remember, the reason that a function can return a value is because it can also contain a value. Yeah. Right? So all we're doing is we're setting the value of that function equal to true or false, depending on this condition. Right?
If you write something like that over here, so what do you think is going to return? What all of you, I mean, give me ideas. What if this thing says it's true, and then it's obviously going to come onto this line? What will it return? No one? Really?
You got jokes, man. You got jokes. 5 plus 6, guys.
Let's give it total 11.
Yeah. It will give us 11. It will not give us a value of true anymore.
That will be true. It is still.
Hmm?
That will be still be true.
No. The value that's contained within the function text check will not be true. It will be 11.
It will be 11. It just depends on this.
This condition on line 42, it will be replaced with a true or a false.
But it should consider Boolean value, right?
No. On text check,
It just
the value
contains
for text check will contain 11.
an integer.
It won't be a Boolean. Boolean is only true or false.
But the conditional statement returns the value of
Line 42, that will be replaced by a Boolean, true or false. Okay? And remember, if true, then line 43 will be executed. If false, then line 45 will be executed. Right? So the function, depending on what happens on line 42, right, the function will either return a value of 11, if it's true, or it'll return a value of false.
So obviously this doesn't make sense, right? So we will say true, because we need to verify a text that is present over there. So we need a value that should be a true or a false. So on that basis, we are going to say that if this thing exists over there, then we will say that our function will say true. If this all thing does not exist over there, then our function will say false. So I think that is our function.
Okay, cool. Are we done?
With what?
Let's update our our Excel.
So we have to save this first.
Wait, don't save this.
Okay.
I'll save it.
Okay.
Excel. Yeah.
Okay. So over here, what properties do we have as an input to this function?
Tag, I mean,
Yeah, it is HTML tag.
What is my man? Go back to the function. Line 34.
Line
And line 33.
Line
What do you got going on there?
Oh my. How does it happen? Text it. Inner text. Yeah. No, it's cool, right? HTML tag.
Okay.
HTML tag.
It's line 34 now.
Line 34. How does it happen? I don't know. Okay. That's cool.
Okay.
So our first input is going to be HTML tag, and second input is going to be inner text, right? And no third input, no fourth input. So what is the, obviously it's going to return something.
Oh, can you change that description?
This
yeah,
is,
I made this. Just put that over where it's return.
so it's going to return us a value that is going to be a true or a false.
Then can you put a description there?
Yeah. So think that's, we are verifying a text, right? That is present over there. So this,
update, yeah, that's fine. Update the status as well.
okay. So now we are done with this function.
Cool. I think there's some questions.
Oh, yeah. What exists? So, Yirgu Bira, what exists? Okay. You're talking about this one, right? Exist is basically a method that we use to check if something exists on a web page or not. What we are basically checking is, that exists on a web page or not is this thing. I mean, this text is present or not. So for checking, to verify this text, we are identifying it by its properties, and we are putting that that properties into the into the web element, so that we can identify that that object, and then we can say if it exists or not. Tag used twice, okay.
No, Mohammed, exists is a method that can be used for any type of object. We were using it with dictionary objects. We can use it over here as well. We use this .exist method as a checkpoint. When we're working with dictionary objects, we're verifying if a key value pair or a key item pair exists in the dictionary object, right? Over here, we're using it to verify if this object, this web element, exists on the page.
Okay. Any more questions online?
So, lost sound.
Who said lost sound?
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good job.
And then?
Nice. Very good.
Thank you.
All right. What will line 43 do? Line 43 will return a value. Will return a value to the function. Okay. So it will set true as the value for text underscore check. What is text underscore check? That's the name of the function, right? So we're setting the value of true we're setting the value of true for this function. The function will contain the value of true. Okay? All right. So 150, let's take a break here. Okay? We'll come back and we'll get some more people.
Whoever is saying like that.
All right, let's come back, guys, at 12:05.
Alright.
All right, guys. Are you guys good? Good. Okay. So let's finish making up our keywords here. So link click. We can say link check. Browser underscore open. Browser underscore close. List select. List check. Let's get these done, and then we'll continue with our framework. So link click. Let's come here. Function to click on a link. Right? I don't know if we need this or not. Let's see here. Yeah, we do. That's a link right there. That's fine. So we'll do that. Okay. So function and function, link click, right? And let's see, how are we going to do this? Dim, olink, set, olink is equal to description.create, and then olink some property.value is equal to, prop something. Olink some property.value is equal to prop something. And let's add another one. Maybe we'll need it, maybe we won't, I don't know. Is equal to prop something, right? And then what? My browser dot link olink dot click, right? And then set, no, not my browser. Olink equals to nothing, right? All right. And now let's come and get our properties. So what can we take?
This is any link or just the first link? First link.
We're just clicking on a link. I don't think we're going to need index. We could add it if we wanted to. Well, HTML tag of A will always be that for a link, right?
Right.
The value for HTML tag for a link will always be A. So let's try to the first couple of properties that we want to pick are, we want to use something that can be a little bit more unique, okay, to that specific object, to that specific link. Name, definitely. I definitely like this link, this name, right? So let's take the name. What else? Outer HTML. Well, so this outer HTML, it has all this other stuff, but it's basically still talking about $100,000, right? So we already got that with the name, so we're okay. Okay. href, we could take this href property. Okay.
Have 100,000.
Sorry?
It has 100,000 in it also.
It has 100,000, but you know, again, we're not worried about this changing up because this is not going to change, right? Whatever we specify for the value, because we're gonna pass it as a variable, so we'll be able to click on any link as long as we pass the href property for that link, right? So we can take this href property, right? Is there something that is maybe better?
You can see URL.
We don't have as much. It's the inner HTML, inner CSS, and they are all the same.
They're all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fine. So let's take this href here, Okay. Do you see a difference here between the href and this URL? It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah.
Okay. You take this href property. Sure. Href. And we'll also take this HTML tag. Okay. So HTML tag, we can definitely use it, but I just want to make sure that we're getting something that's a little bit more unique before we settle on HTML tag. Okay. So we get name, we get href, and we have HTML tag, right? And now we're going to okay, and we will, and we will replace these, right? Is this returning anything? Nope. All right. Okay, so we're good. So let's get our thing here. So we got name. We have the href. We have HTML tag. Yeah. And this is click on a link. Right? And we're done with this. Link check. You know how we're going to do this? We're going to copy this. Right? Function to verify a link. Right? We're going to have the same inputs. Right? But instead of clicking on it, right, we're going to say exist. But if we say that, then we have to say something like, whoops, if that exists, then what? Link underscore check. So we're going to change this name.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Is equal to true. Right? Else, link underscore check is equal to false. And if yes? Any questions here? This is similar to that text check function, right? Make sense? All right. So we got this. This is done. This will return a true or false, and this will verify a link. Right? All right, browser underscore open. We already know how to do this. This is browsers and URL, right? And we can say here this will opens a browser and navigates to a URL, right? This will close any open browsers. And here we're just going to have browsers. And both of these are done because we will really quickly create the function here. Function to open a browser. Inputs will simply be browsers and URL. And we'll say function and function. Browser underscore open. I'm doing this a little bit fast because we understand this, right? This is not, you know, system util.run, iexplore.exe, and then indeed.com, right? No.
No, browsers and URL.
Browsers. And URL, right? And that's it. And then we'll just copy this. Function to close a browser, close any open browsers, right? System util.close process by name, right? And all we need is that. And we must also pass these arguments, right? URL And here we're only going to have browsers, right? Yes, Alirana, yes, you're right. We should put some sort of a timeout here. Let's say 3 seconds, right? Forgot about that. Okay, now I need to save this. Let's save this. Let's go up here. I have KDF indeed somewhere, right? I'm in that folder. Yes, I did. And we will save this as the function library, and we will save it as .vbs. Save it. Okay. So we got these two, list select and list check. So we haven't done these yet. Mamuna, right?
Seriously, this is difficult, this one.
Oh, list select. We're selecting from a web list, right? Come on, you got this. All right. So you got to explain what it is that you're doing.
Okay, let me write something then.
Yeah.
From a web list or something?
Yeah, from a web list.
Okay.
Space there.
End function?
Yep. Guys, everyone sign this list, right? This sign-in sheet? So what are you doing?
We are going to create the function like select from web list. So I'm creating function list select, and I choose this name from the keyword on the Excel, list select. So now I'm going to declare
So what are you doing now?
I declared the variable OWebList, and now I'm setting OWebList as a properties collection object. I'm creating that properties collection object, and later on I'm going to add the properties into this object. So now I added these I'm going to choose these properties later, which I'm going to add into this object or web list collection properties object. So after this, maybe should I choose the properties first and then go?
Up to you. You're showing up.
So which list? This one? Distance?
Yeah,
Okay.
that distance list.
Okay. So I'm going to take
HTML ID
ID, yeah.
and HTML tag.
Okay. Let's take ID first.
What about that default value?
It is,
What is just 25 miles? Okay.
wait a minute, default value? It could be changed like within 25 miles. Maybe next time we want to change, right?
Well, we wanted to select within 100 miles, right? But what can we use this default value to identify that web list?
No.
Should we use it?
No.
No, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because the developers can change that.
Right.
But yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, wait. There's a problem there.
No space. HTML. HTML. Next to HTML, no space.
What is this prop HTML ID? What is that?
This is the property. Oh, okay.
No. Prop HTML ID. Prop underscore HTML ID. What is that?
That is the value.
That's not a value.
This is the argument, like which way.
It's not the argument. Argument will be up there on line 101, right?
Okay.
But what is this prop underscore whatever? What are these?
We're going to set the value for this HTML.
No, that's what you're doing with it. But what is it? Huh? It's a variable, right?
Okay.
So can you have a space in the variable?
No.
No, right?
Okay. So
HTML tag
name and tag.
and the name.
Name is specific, so we can take this one because we are selecting for distance. So we can take name J.
Yes.
And then maybe tag. Oh yeah. So we are gonna copy this one.
So explain what it is that you've done up till now.
Okay. So I declared the variable OWebList, and then I set that OWebList as a properties collection object. I created that properties collection object, and then I added these properties to that object. and then I put these three properties as a arguments in the function.
Okay. So you're done?
No, not yet. Select. So what we are going to select?
Well, the test case says what?
100 miles, 50 miles.
Oh, no, we can look at it. I forgot what it says. Go to the test case sheet. So it says within a radius of 100 miles.
100 miles, okay.
So what should we put in there?
We shouldn't put 100 miles, maybe we just put like a web list value.
Yeah. The reason we're going to put a variable here is because we want to be able to select any value. Right? So right now, for this specific test case, we want to select 100 miles, right? But then maybe for somewhere else in the application, we have to select something else.
Right.
From a different web list, right?
Also, we want to add this one as an argument in the function.
Because that value for this WL value will be set when we call the function. Right? Now we're done, right?
Yeah, web list and inputs I need to put.
Any outputs?
No about. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So I think you got some questions.
Okay. Questions over here?
Yeah.
From where should check?
Click on the question box right here. No.
Last one.
Yeah, that one. Is it mandatory to use dim inside the function since you're using it again and again?
Yes, because this is a variable and we are going to use that variable locally inside the function. That's why we are declaring that inside the function. And if we need that variable like throughout the script, then we can use that variable globally on the top of the script.
So what do you mean globally and locally? What does that mean?
Globally means like if we use some variable and we declare it inside the function, it acts locally just inside that function. Once the function ends, the variable is gone. But when we declare it like on the top of the script, like globally outside the function, it will remain throughout the script.
Okay, right. I'm just saying, does that make sense?
Oh, sorry, this one.
Look at line 108.
Yeah, yeah.
And press, okay, remove this. Whoa, now you gotta.
What?
Let's look at what he said. Scroll up. Functions. Okay, so use this right. Okay, that's fine. Let's close that. Off yet.
What did I do?
Okay, sorry.
Just remove the questions box. Let's put no more questions.
Should I open?
Yeah, no, we need to get those. We need to get that question thing back. Can you open up? Can you click on the red arrow? Up there, right? Go to View. Click on View. And click on Questions. There we go. Now, next to the X, click on the other button.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Sorry.
There you go. All right, now just press the arrow again. Yeah. Okay, so one question for you guys. So she has used a capital O for the O web list, and I always use a lowercase o. Is that a problem?
No.
Why not? It's not like how I do it. Sorry? VB script is not case sensitive, so it doesn't matter, right? Earlier on line 104, she was doing prop dash HTML ID, right? And then some of you guys cried about that. So is that going to be a problem if we do prop dash HTML ID instead of prop underscore HTML ID? Does it matter? No, not the space. No, there should be no spaces. I'm saying before, can you put a dash here on line 104? On line 104, you have prop underscore, make it prop dash.
Okay.
Is this incorrect? Change it up here too. In the argument? No. In the argument.
Argument.
HTML ID.
Yeah.
101.
Is this incorrect?
Yeah.
Why is it incorrect?
It is
I don't think
arithmetic
so.
operator minus sign. It will act as to subtract the two variables. Like we put plus minus.
It's as a variable if you put a dash.
Prop underscore HTML ID. Prop underscore name. That's a variable.
The dash itself. It just
No, dash itself is not a variable. The dash itself, this minus sign here, right, on line 104, and then how she changed it up on the arguments there. That minus sign, it's a minus sign, it's an operator, it's a mathematical operator, right? So what's going to happen is UFT will read it as prop as being one, prop will be one variable, HTML ID will be another variable, right? So what UFT will think that it's doing, or what the VBScript engine in the background that's running will think that you're doing is you're trying to take whatever the value of prop is minus whatever the value of HTML ID is. Make sense? So we can't have the dash. All right. And we can update our Excel, our keywords, keyword sheet. So what are the arguments?
Okay, I have to go there.
Click on the A. Click on the A. Click on the A.
Base.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes. Do companies have their own naming standards?
Yes, definitely. When you get a job. So these, the way that I name my variables, the way that I name my functions, this is how I do it. Okay? When I was working on the test lead, this is how I made my testers create their functions and their variables. Okay? This is what makes sense to me. On the job, they might ask you to have, they might have their own naming conventions for these variables, these functions, or sub-procedures, things like that. Okay? So you would follow their naming conventions. Awesome. Cool. Hey, whoa, wait. Where are you going? You got another question up there.
Oh.
That's because she just removed the question.
Is it done?
Okay, send me.
Uh, Ali Rana. So, okay, and let's narrow big one. The space. Okay, so don't close this, but go to the, click on the little square thingy there. There you go. Okay. Go back to the function library. So, question is, do we need the spaces here in the arguments? What do you guys say?
No.
No? How can we check? How can we know for sure? Sorry?
You can take science.
I got it.
Science.
Syntax.
Check the syntax?
Yeah.
Okay, how do we check the syntax?
You click on 101.
Huh?
Over here. Go to
This is Notepad++, not UFT. We can do one thing.
formation of the common meaning space.
Oh, that's just because I've been doing it, we should just add the space. Okay, so do one thing.
Yeah, just time.
Okay, do one thing. Copy this function. Copy this function. Put it into UFT. Close this. Close the object file. At the very bottom. At the very bottom. Okay, right here. Just paste it here. Now, we're not going to check the syntax per se. What we're going to do is we're going to call this function. Right? So call this function.
Down there.
Okay, wherever you want. No.
Oh,
Just
right.
the function, not the
Okay, just
argument.
function. Okay.
This list_select. Hit the space bar. What do you see down here? What do you see down here? You see prop HTML ID, then you see prop name, HTML tag, and value, right? That means that the way that this function is designed, it's reading those different arguments. It's reading them in that order, right? What does that mean? That means the spacing doesn't matter. What matters is the comma. Take out the comma from between HTML ID and prop name. Take out that comma. Go back onto select list or list select and hit the space bar. What do you see now? What is in bold right now?
It's taking as a one argument, both of them. Those.
We see prop HTML ID prop name in bold as if it's one argument, right? What matters is the comma that's separating the arguments when you're designing the function. Okay? The spaces do not matter. Put a space there between HTML ID and prop name. Right there, yeah. Put a space. Okay. Now come down here. Now what do you see?
Nothing.
Why? Obviously because of space. We need to have the comma and the space. Okay? Oh, sorry, what am I saying? You need to have just the comma.
Just go.
Okay? The space by itself will give you a problem. That's not correct. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. So add the comma back in, and you can actually delete all this.
If you put the space and the comma.
Space in the comma is fine. That's how I do it. Okay? But what you absolutely need is that comma. You don't need the space. Okay? All right, so go back to the function library. And the question box. Okay. Ali Rana, the minus sign, the dash. Okay. Okay, we'll talk about that. Ali Raza, during declaring variables, does the spacing matter? What do you say? Mamuna, what do you say?
Yes, it does.
It matters?
Yes.
Why?
Because when I was doing here, it was not taking. You said like in the variable, there should not be space. It will take as
He's talking about when you declare variables. So I think, Ali Raza, you're talking about when you use the dim statement, right? Yeah. So when you use the dim statement, so on line 102, right? Line 102 over here. If you do dim O web list, then space my variable. Is that a problem? Can you type it in? Oh, 102, yeah. Just do space and then my variable. One word. Is that a problem?
Yes.
Why?
You need a comma.
We need the comma. We do not need the space again over here. Okay? What we do need is that comma. It's the same concept as when we call these arguments, or when we design the function and we have these arguments there. Okay? The space is optional. Okay? But what is mandatory is that comma. Okay? It's the same concept here. Okay, Alirana. So you can delete this, my variable.
If we do this, it will take as a
It won't take you as one variable. It'll give you an error.
error.
Okay, it's a syntax error. So Alirana's question. So the minus sign here. Close this. So don't close it. I mean the little square thing. Yeah. Okay. So can you put on line 104 like what we were doing before? The dash.
Yeah, HTML.
No. Delete that. The underscore. Change that to a dash, and then also in the arguments.
Oh.
Okay. So this minus sign, right? This dash right here on line 104, it's a minus sign. So when you say 5 minus 3, value is 2, right? So in the same way, when you have it like this, right? VB script will read it as if prop is one variable, okay? And HTML ID is another variable. That's how VB script will read it. And so it'll assume that you're saying whatever the value of prop is minus whatever the value of HTML ID is. That's what this dash indicates. It's a mathematical operator, the minus sign. Okay? So that's why we can't use it here. We have to use the underscore, or we have to use some other character if you want to have some sort of a space between these things. Okay? That's why I like using the underscore, because it provides that space. Okay? Alirana, is that clear? We can change it. It's not only named there, nothing value is there. Well, the fact that prop is not a variable by itself and that there's no value, that's a different thing. But VB script will read prop by itself as a variable. Okay? It'll read HTML ID by itself as a variable. Both of them don't have a value, that's a different issue. Okay? But it'll read both as a variable, and it'll attempt to do prop minus HTML ID. And that's not what we want. We want prop underscore HTML ID as one variable. Okay?
And Jay, we can like this is by choice we are using prop. We can just use HTML ID.
You don't need prop. That's just my naming convention.
Yeah.
Okay? Alirana, does that make sense? No. Alirana, no. You cannot have the dash. That's the point I'm trying to make. You cannot have the dash there because that dash is the minus sign. Okay?
Now he's saying like, can we use prop dash ali instead of HTML tag?
No, we cannot, because ali will also be considered as a variable, just like prop. So what VB script will read this as is prop minus ali. Okay? Whatever the value of prop is minus whatever the value of ali is. And that's not what we're trying to do.
Right. And also we want to use something so we can know like what we need to add, like HTML tag. We could not give any name because we have to.
Right. You want to have something that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. That tells us what it is that we need.
Right.
That's it. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Open that up. Click on the red arrow. Questions? Right here? No. Down. Look at where my finger is. Right here.
Okay. Yeah.
No. Down. Question?
Questions. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Other one. So minus is issue. Yeah, the plus sign, the minus sign, the forward slash, right? That's the division. Okay? Okay, let me sit down.
Okay.
I'm getting tired of seeing
All
it.
right.
Questions.
Yeah. Okay, you did a good job. Thank you. Why? Yeah. Very good. So Snara Begum, so you're asking, why do we have a space here? This is because in the property, this is the property name. The property name itself has a space. Okay, that's why. That's not a variable. Okay? Also, this is within quotations, so we can have a space. Okay? All right. Alirana, does that make sense to you? You're good? Okay. Yeah, got it. Thank you. Okay, cool. And we're done with this function, right? Okay. Last function before we go to lunch. List underscore check. It's a really easy function. Who wants to do it? You want to do it? Come on. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. So, here you go. Here's my coffee.
So you just want me to copy and paste, or you just want me to start from the beginning? Just
Copy? No, you're not going to copy paste. You're going to type everything up. What do you mean copy paste? Come on. I need you to explain line by line what you're doing. And you guys need to help them because we're not going to go to lunch until we get this done.
Just put comma in front
this
of
is a function just to check
Now
the.
everyone wakes up.
This is a function just to check the list.
to verify.
Function to verify.
Verify the list, right?
Verify the web list.
Verify the selected value from a web list.
So there could be some inputs. So most probably it's going to be
So
the
you
same.
have to yell
Yeah.
really loud.
So there are going to be some inputs. So most probably they're going to be the same inputs she using. Because this is a web list, so we are verifying the web list. So his inputs most probably going to be the same.
Okay. All right. So remember, we want to verify that we selected the right thing. So when we select within 100 miles from that rate, from that distance web list, we want to make sure that 100 miles is there, is the selected value. Okay? Does everyone understand? Yes. Okay. On 112, put an apostrophe, so it's a comment. Well, yeah, there you go.
So first we need to create the function. And function. So the function name should be the
Keyword on the Excel. On the Excel, the keyword.
That's the same as the keyword, right?
Yeah.
So go back to the Excel. So it's you can just copy paste that.
and there are going to be some arguments here. So here we are going to create a variable, declare a variable.
You can copy paste mine.
Here we are creating a property collection object. Description dot create. So here we are giving the properties to the properties and their corresponding values to the OWeb list. So it's going to be value is equal to underscore, and here could be the corresponding value should be here. So
After purpose, is any space?
That's fine.
what happened?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just paste it. Just paste it 3 times, 2 times.
Yes,
Hit enter.
Paste. Interface.
Here we are going to perform some actions like the
Yell.
So here we are going to perform some actions like we are we are just verifying. So we will use here the exist method. So
My browser. Or
What are we trying to do here? Are we trying to select from a web list?
No.
No, we're trying to verify something, right? We want to make sure that it exists, right?
that exists.
even
We can provide some sort of a
yeah, we
timeout.
provide some kind of time here, like 3 or 4 seconds, whatever you like. 3 seconds. And if we are going to perform some kind of exist, so you have to like an if statement.
Yeah.
And here we we are using to 10.
So if that web list exists, then what?
List underscore check is equal to true.
Then we are going to checking this function here.
Why are we going to type in that function then?
No, we are putting some value inside.
Value inside what?
This function, right?
We're putting that value
Yeah.
inside that function.
It's not returning, but we are putting some value.
Right, exactly. So it's not returning right now, but we're setting the value for that function equal to true or false, right?
So we are here just leaving the space we have occupied for that one.
Okay, so we need to kill the web list?
Over.
All right.
Also,
Are we missing something?
and is
After list check equals to false, you have to have that end if.
And if, yeah.
Don't forget that, guys. If you guys are working with Notepad, you have to make sure that whatever you're starting, you're going to end it as well.
So now we have to give some values to this property here.
You double click this. Click it again.
One time.
Yep. No, one time. One time.
first one EX.
You have to press the control button. Now you can click, yeah,
So which one? So yeah.
the web list, right?
This time.
Your web list, right?
This one?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So let go of the control button. There you go.
Now we are selecting the properties. So which one? The first one. So we look from here. The Excel. Oh, no, we have to first put here the properties here. You have put it there.
First, select there. Select in the script here. Put it here.
You have to identify what properties you're going to be using, right? What can we use? Let's look at the property list, at the values, property values list, yeah.
Go up.
You choose the name, right?
Yeah.
So
Maybe the HTML ID distance selector.
Not here. On the.
but this
No,
this
first
one is the
finish
same.
creating the function, right? First finish creating that function.
Over here.
Maybe that name.
Name.
Down there, radius.
We can also take this on
HTML
HTML tag.
Okay. No, HTML tag. Okay. So,
So here,
okay, no, finish what you're doing. That's fine. All right.
this one, these are the arguments here. So
Yeah, we gotta change. Okay, that's fine. So now we're done?
now we have to put this value in the Excel. This is one
Okay,
value.
let's worry about Excel in a minute, though. What did I tell you was the purpose of this function? Verify what?
Verify that 100 miles there, right? No?
Sorry?
Like we are specifying like 100 miles. Show there. And
Yeah, what were you saying?
This is verified as like.
Oh, there should.
Verify, I said verify the selected value, right? So, what do you do?
I'm just looking. We should give us some default value over there.
Default, so default value is within 25 miles.
We are verifying, so there should be some specific to that.
Something that says 100 miles, right?
Yeah.
miles selected from the smart.
Sorry?
We select from the smart.
We select, so we don't actually have to physically select 100 miles. Okay? All we need to do is look at the properties and see which one has whatever
Miles.
is selected right now.
It should be
Right?
all items maybe.
No, not all items. Go down. Let's look at all the properties.
Yeah,
You
because
see that property right there? Selection within 25 miles.
Yeah, this one.
yeah.
So right now it's saying within 25 miles because we have 25 miles selected, right?
Right.
So if we were to select 100 miles, then the selection value would change to within 100 miles, right? So maybe if we identify the web list using also the selection property, right, and make sure that that exists, that means then that 100 miles, within 100 miles is selected, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So maybe we should add this selection property to our properties collection object. You guys all understand why we're doing this? Because the purpose of this function is not simply to verify that this web list exists. The purpose of this function is to verify that a specific value is selected within that web list, right? So you can say prop selection. Because that's the name of the property, right? And then the quotations there, we can put in selection. No, no, okay, go ahead. All right. Delete that space. It's not a big deal, but just delete that space so we make the line, get everything on one line. No, no, no. At the end. At the end.
Again,
Right there. Yeah. Right.
this one.
One inside. Go inside. There you go. Delete backspace. There you go. It's not a big deal. I'd like to get up one line. No, no, no. No, 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 no.
Oh,
What are you doing?
over there, yeah.
Selection. Right. We don't need to copy anything. Just go back to the function. Right there. Yep. And then inside that quotations, we're going to write down selection.
we should go to the Excel.
Now we need to finish up Excel, yes.
Also outputs.
Sorry?
Outputs here. True or false.
Oh, the output, yes. And also, yeah, go ahead and put true or false. Okay. Go up one line, up to on line 112. I want you to update that description there. So it's a function to verify what?
100 miles.
The selection from the web list, from a web list. Or
Selection which we made
On the web.
yeah, from
actually, okay, I'll fix that. It's okay. That's fine. So Excel. So yeah, Excel. Now here we need to put in the properties or the arguments, right?
First going to be
No, so go back to the function, right? Go up, that, whatever you see there. So first copy paste HTML ID, right? That one. Paste it in Excel. Yep. Then go back and do the other ones. And column I, what is it returning? It's returning a true or false, right? I don't know. You have to click one time in that cell. Click one time, copy, and then come down to that cell. Yep, right there, and paste it. Okay. And now here, what I want you to write is verify the selected value from a web list. From a web list. Okay, cool. Then you got some questions there.
dim web list is not.
Okay, go back to the function. No, you're fine.
Yes, right here.
Yeah, you're fine. Okay.
You can use the value.
Or yeah, Ali running. Yeah, we can use anything that has that within 100 miles or within 25 miles. We can use anything. We could have used value as well instead of selection. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's see. Did you explain line by line? No, you didn't. Can you? Okay. So before we go to lunch, so explain line by line what's going on in this function, and then we'll go to lunch.
Okay. The function is just to verify the selection from the web list. There will be some inputs. So this is the function list underscore check. So here going to be some the arguments we are taking from here. So first we just created the variable web list, and then we set the this property collection object using the description.create method, and here we put the values and their the properties and their corresponding values into this property object, property collection object. And here we just perform some actions. That is here in this case is we are just verifying that this this text is present over there. You can say that this web list is present over there.
Wait, explain this again, this conditional statement.
So we are just verifying that this web list is present on this browser. There's a page, and on this page, this web list is present. We are just verifying that one. So if this here web list underscore check, we are just holding the value of this here. We are not. It's not giving the input, but we are just holding here.
Okay. We're setting the value for the function equal to true or to false.
Or false, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And here we are releasing the memory here.
We're releasing the memory. Okay. Any questions on this? The key here is that selection property, right? Because we want to verify that we selected the right thing. Right? Okay, guys. Let's go to lunch. Good job. Thank you. All right, let's do lunch. And we're done with our thing here. So yeah, so let's do lunch, and we'll come back at 3. You must be out of your mind. No, we'll be back at 2:30. Break. Back at 2:30. All right. All right, guys. All right, let's settle down. So we have gotten our, we've finished creating our function library, right? Yeah, I did not post yesterday's stuff. I will post both of them today after class. Okay. All right. Just make sure. Okay. You're muted, right? Yeah, this is you, right, Zane? I think you're fine. I don't know why the microphone isn't showing up for you. Okay. All right. So we have our function library created. We have our keywords partially created. We're not done. We could have other stuff here, but we'll, if we need to, we'll get to it. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start creating our driver script. Yeah? Weekend, and we'll go to KDF Indeed, and this will be driver script. Okay. All right, so what are we going to do? How are we going to do this? Hold on.
Muted.
Okay. All right. So let's dim a bunch of variables. On-air resume. So we'll talk about on-air resume next later, a little bit towards the end. Okay. But what variables? What are we going to dim? Browsers. Are we going to use browsers here? That my browser thing. Are we going to use it here in our JavaScript? We're creating, guys. We're creating the same JavaScript that we created yesterday for Dice. Yes, sir. Right? But only difference is today we're going to be working with Excel. Instead of working with the data table, right, we're going to be working with Excel. So let's come. We have this test plan, right? Let's come and start working with this. Okay? So we need to go to each row. We need to go to each row in the test case sheet. So we need to reference that Excel, right? So perhaps we need to create that connection to Excel, right? Maybe we could create a function for that, right? So let's create a function to connect to Excel. Function to connect to Excel, right? What are the inputs? I don't know. Outputs, it's not going to return anything, right? So, how do we do it? Function and function. Let's call it FN connect Excel. Okay, so what do we do? Come on, guys. What's the syntax for connecting to Excel? So set my Excel equals to create object or description.create? create object. Excel.application, right? And then my Excel is equal to, no. What's going on? What are we doing? What's the syntax, guys? Sorry? My Excel dot workbooks dot open, perhaps some file path, right? And then we need to reference the worksheets, right? So how many sheets are we going to be working with in Excel? How many sheets are we going to be working with? How many sheets were we working with yesterday, guys? 4? When we were in our driver script, how many sheets were we working with? What sheets were we working with yesterday? No, in our driver script. In our driver script. Only in our driver script yesterday. Only test cases and test steps. That's it. Yes, we created this sheet for keywords, right? And we have all this definition here, right? For all these keywords, right? But we didn't use this keyword sheet as part of our driver script, right? We only use the test cases and the test step sheet. Remember that? Because we're reading from the test cases which test case we need to execute, and then we're reading from the test steps what keywords to execute, right? That's it. If you remember from here, we're going to go to each row in the test case sheet, see if the execute flag is Y. Then if it's Y, then we're going to go to each row in the test step sheet and see if the TCIDs match. And then we're going to execute the corresponding test steps, and we're going to return a pass or fail. So we're not doing anything with the keyword sheet, right? And here we're not doing anything with the data sheet either, right? So we're only working with these two sheets, test cases and test steps, right? So let's say set TC sheet is equal to my Excel dot active workbook dot worksheets, and this is going to be test cases, right? And then set TS sheet for test step sheet, right, is equal to my Excel dot active workbook dot worksheets test steps, right? Okay. Now what? Anything else? Should we set it equal to nothing?
No.
Yes? No? What's going on, guys?
No, we should not set it.
Why not? Because we have to use it, right? We can't create that connection, open up that workbook, create the connection to the sheets, and then kill Excel. That doesn't make sense, right? So what else should we have here?
Save it.
Sorry?
Save it.
Save what? We haven't done any. We haven't made any changes in Excel, though. What are we going to save? Now, remember, look at the focus, the scope of this function. It's just to connect to Excel, right? Nothing else. Should we include that row count here? So, sorry for Azanjum, I'm actually, we could set it to visible. We could make it visible, right? But I don't want it visible, let's say. I don't want to see it. Okay, while we're running the test. Do I need to say something like my Excel.application.visible is equal to false? Do I need to say false? No, because by default it's already false, right? So I don't need this. So are we done with this line, with this function? You think so? Okay. So you were talking about declaring some variables, right? What do we need to declare and where do we declare them?
We can declare them globally.
Globally, right? What do we want to declare? We want to declare my Excel and TC sheet and TS sheet, right? Right? Let's see. Okay. So, we're done? Are we missing anything?
File path.
File path, this argument, right? Yeah? Okay. So can you tell us, are we missing anything with this function?
Let me see.
This function. Come on. We're connecting to Excel. Are we done? Guys?
What?
What? Tell me.
I have no idea.
Come on.
I wasn't here.
We can also use variables for sheet ID. So we could use variables for this, but we're not going to do that. It's okay. These are the two sheets that we're connecting to. Okay. All we're doing is we're connecting, right? So we created that connection to Excel, right? We opened a specific workbook and we referenced the sheet. Sorry? No, not here. Not the results. We're over here. We're only kind of going to connect to Excel. That's all we're trying to do. Okay. So this is it. So now let's come and connect to Excel, right? And we need to provide that file path here. Okay. Copy as path, right? And then what? Well, is there a problem with this? With this being the first thing? It should be the first thing?
Yes, because we are making the connection, we have to read all the values from Excel.
Yes, we have to read all the values. But what is this?
The connection.
No, no. What is this thing?
It's a function.
It's a function.
Yes.
How does it know how to read? How does UFT know how to read this?
We have to connect the.
We have to associate that function library first, right? How do we do that? Execute file, and then the file path, right? So let's save this. Full file path to clipboard, right? Okay. So we're associating the function library. We're going to connect to Excel. We know we're going to have a couple of loops, right? So we know we're going to have to be able to go to each row, right, in the test case sheet, and each row in the test step sheet, right? So how about we have something like where we need to count the number of rows, right? So we can say TC underscore rows and TS underscore rows, right? So TC underscore rows will be equal to, what is my sheet? No. What is my sheet? We can't just say my sheet, right? Because there's nothing called my sheet. We have to remember in our function, we have TC sheet and TS sheet, right? So we're going to say TC sheet dot used range dot rows dot count, right? And we'll do the same thing for this, right? TS. So here we are counting the number of rows in the TC sheet and TS sheet, right? Count the number of rows in the test case sheet and the TS and the test step sheet. Now what? Now we need to go to each row, right? Go to each row in the test case sheet. How do we do that? Okay, so for I is equal to 2. Now we're working with Excel, so we're starting on row 2, right? 2 what? TC underscore rows. Right? And what are we going to do? And see if the flag, execute flag is Y, right? Yes? So how do we do this? We need to read it from Excel, exactly. We need to read that value from Excel. So we could say execute test is equal to TC underscore sheet dot cells I, well not IA, D. We're in the execute column, right? That value. And then we can say if execute test is equal to Y, then what? Then what, guys? We could say print the test case for execution is, and, sorry, and TCID. Well, what is TCID? We can read it. We can say TCID is equal to TC underscore sheet dot cells I, A, right? TCID coming from column A, right? Does this make sense, guys? All I'm doing, I'm reading from Excel, guys. We've done this before. I'm going to print that the test case for execution is that. And what else do I need to do? So if it's Y, I need to do this thing, right? So if Y, then go to each row in the test step sheet and see if the TCIDs match. So what does that mean? Another for loop. For J is equal to 2 TS underscore rows, right? We're going through all the rows in the test step sheet now, right? Make sense? And then what are we going to do here? What are we going to do here? If what?
TCID is equal to,
right, if TCID is equal to TSID, right? If they're equal, so what am I saying? Yeah, so if they're equal, then I can print keyword for execution is and keyword, right? And I can also, sorry. Before I do this, I would be doing what? I would be reading from Excel the keywords and the IP 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? I would be going to my test step sheet and reading whatever the value is for the keyword and IP 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? So we haven't done this yet. We'll fill this out, right? We're still creating our driver script, right? So if TCID is equal to TSID, did I define what TSID is? Have I done that yet? Not yet, right? No. So I got to do that. So I can say TSID is equal to what? TS underscore sheet, right? The test step sheet dot cells I A. Is it A? Yes, A, right? TSID. So dot value. So we're setting the value for TSID. Now we're saying TCID, which we set the value up here, right? So if TCID is equal to TSID, then I want to print the keyword for execution is and keyword, right? Can I do this just like this? I have to first read the values, right? Remember that. So I have to say keyword is equal to something. IP1 is equal to something, IP2 is equal to something, IP3, and IP4. You guys remember this from yesterday, right? Yesterday we were just reading from the data table. Today we're doing it from Excel, right? So here again, TS underscore sheet dot cells, and what column is I in? Keyword in? D. Right? And then here, same thing, TS underscore sheet dot cells. I don't know what it is. So E, F, G, and H. So E. E, F, G, and H. Yes? So I'm reading the values from for keyword and the inputs from Excel, right? And then I'm just printing out what is the value of keyword that's ready for execution. And I'm also going to execute the corresponding steps, the test steps, right? Yeah? Does this make sense so far? I think you guys ate too much. Yeah. Y'all need to stop bringing all that food, that good tasted food.
Yeah, Vinod is more supporting.
How do we do this? How do we execute these keywords? We have to call those functions, right? We have to call these functions that we've designed over here, right? We have to call these keywords. Let's build out this test case real quick. This first one. Close. Okay, so the first thing here that I have is actually close browser, which, okay, that's fine. So the first step here is close browser. Do I have a function for that? A keyword for that? The step is close browser.
Oh, close browser.
So I have a function called, I have a keyword called browser underscore close, right? What are the inputs? iExplore.exe. Guys, what happened? Seriously. There's nothing for IP2, right? We're just closing the browser, right? Now we're going to open the browser. Browser underscore open, right? Here we got iExplore.exe and .dice.com, right? Oh, sorry, indeed. Yeah, Ali Reza. So, like I said, there's no one way to create this framework or any of the frameworks. This is one of the ways to create the frameworks. This is one of the more efficient ways of having this framework developed. Okay. Again, developing this framework, any of these frameworks takes time, takes a lot of effort. Okay. But the way that we're developing it is we're developing it so that it's a little bit more efficient than some of the other ways that you can create these. But we have to make sure the basic points here is that we have these keywords to execute these steps, and our driver script is going to be calling these functions, these keywords as functions. Okay. All right. So entering the job title, that's a web edit, right? Over here, entering the job title. Oh, sorry. So we have a function for that, a keyword for that, which is what?
Page.
Huh?
Page 4. Select page 4.
No. So that's driver script. We're not talking about that. How is there a keyword to enter text? Enter text in a web edit. This one, edit underscore set. Right? Now here, what is it that we need? Well, we need to put the actual values here, right? So let's get the What properties do we need? I can look in two places. I can look in my function library, right? Enter text in a web edit. I can look at this. I can see name, class, HTML ID, and web edit value. Or I can also come here, look at my keywords, and see the same thing, name, class, HTML ID, and web edit value. So let's get the name, which is Q. Let's get the class, input text, HTML ID, which is this, and this web edit value. What is it that I want to write in here? Let's say QA analyst. Right? Now I want to enter the city. Same thing. Edit underscore set. We'll get the property values for this specific one. I need the name, class, HTML ID. The name is L, right? The class, do you think that's going to be different? It's the same type of object, right? So input text, HTML ID, where? And what am I going to put in here? Let's do Washington, D.C. this time. Okay. And now I need to click on Find Jobs, right? I have a function for this. Let's see what kind of object this is. It's a button. I have a function, a keyword for clicking on buttons, right? Right? Click on a web button, button underscore click. Okay. What are the inputs that I need? I need the name, class, and HTML ID. So let's get the name. Let's get the class and the HTML ID, right? FJ. Okay. Anything else? Do I put anything here? Yes? No? No, right? There's nothing here. Sorry. This one. Name, class, and HTML ID. There's just three, right? Okay. Now, verify the text search results. So let's do this. QA analyst in Washington, D.C. Okay, we want to verify this text right here. So we need what? Well, hold on. What's the function? What's the keyword? Text check, right? Okay. And what is it that we need? We need HTML tag and inner text. So it's just font. And, thank you, inner text, right? This whole thing right here. You guys need this more than I do, I think. All right. Okay. And then close browser again. That's fine. Browser close. And iExplore.exe. Right? Any questions on what I just did? Okay. Let's see. So let's come back here. So we're able to read from Excel right? Our keywords and our inputs. And now we need to execute those corresponding keywords. How do we do this? The select case, right? Remember, we want to make sure, we want to see that if the value for keyword is browser underscore close, then we want to execute that function, browser underscore close, right? You remember this? But instead of having all the different possibilities in an if statement, we're going to do it a little bit more efficiently and use the select case statement. And we're going to look for the keyword. Oops. The keyword value, right? So if it happens to be, let's just go down the list now. Okay. All right. So case browser underscore close, then execute the function browser underscore close, right? Case browser underscore open, then execute the function browser underscore open with IP1 and IP2, right? Case, sorry, come on. Case edit underscore set, then execute edit underscore set with IP1, IP2, IP3, and IP4, right? How do I know I have these four? Because over here I can see edit underscore set 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Make sense? Case button underscore click, right? Then I want to execute the function button underscore click with IP1 and IP2. Is it 3? Yeah, 3, right? And then here, case text underscore check. Is it just simply text underscore check? No, yeah, remember? We're going to use that conditional statement. So if text underscore check with IP1, IP2, and IP3. Oh no, it's just 2. It's just 2 here. Right? Then, what? Then we can print, okay, text verified, else print text not verified, right? And if. Yes? Make sense? Okay. And we can also have a case else, right? And this will be something like a message box saying, check your keywords. What is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this case else? Yeah, so we want to make sure that if none of these keywords are there, if it reads a keyword here, right? For example, buttons underscore click instead of button underscore click, right? It's not going to recognize the value for keyword will be buttons with an S underscore click, and so it won't match any of these cases, right? And so we're going to get this message saying check your keywords, right? It's just there to make sure that we don't put any bad information here, bad data. All right. So are we done? Okay, let's run it and let's see what happens. Yeah? Let's save this. And test cases, we're only executing test case 1. Yeah? All right, save that, close that, and let's run it. Whoa. All right, variable undefined. So I didn't define my variables. TC underscore sheet, TS underscore sheet, IJ execute underscore test, TCID, TSID. Anything else? Did I miss anything else? Oh, and there's keywords in IP1234, right? Keyword IP1, IP2, IP3, and IP4. Right? All right. Let's try this and see what happens. Whoa, variables undefined. Browser underscore close. What happened?
We have two functions named same.
Yeah. Sorry about that. What? What just happened here? There's a mistake. Where is the mistake? What is the mistake? Let's do a debug run. Okay. So we're going to associate the function library, connect Excel. Okay. We're going to count the number of rows, right? In both the sheets. So we get TC rows and TS rows, right? Now, we're in the test cases sheet loop, right? Can read the value for execute test, which is Y, right? So if it's Y, it's going to come down here. It's going to read the value for TCID, which is TC001. And we'll get that here, right? And then we'll go to the test step sheet. And we're saying TSID. What's the value of TSID going to be? Where's TSID? TSID. TC001. So TCID and TSID, they're the same, right? And so we're going to read the keyword. What's the value of keyword going to be? Browser underscore close. Okay. And let's look at this. So we see here keyword IP1 is iexplore.exe, and IP2, 3, and 4 are remaining empty. Then we're going to print that the keyword for execution is browser underscore close. So we're good so far, right? Right? Okay. So browser underscore close. Next. Now, let's see. TSID. Where are we? TSID, TC001. Did it change? Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on here. So obviously TCID and TSID are the same, right? Let's look at what the keyword is. Keyword change? Did keyword change? No. I is 2, J is 3. Yes? These values for IP1, 2, 3, and 4 are still empty. And IP1 is iExplore.exe. What's going on? So it seems like we're in the next iteration for the test step sheet, right? But we're still reading from that same row. We're still reading from row number 2. We're not reading from row number 3. Right? Why is that? What are we missing here? Sorry?
Row name.
Row name? No, we're working with Excel, right? So we have the row number and the column number, column name. Guys, look. No. Look, I is what? No. I equals 2, that's fine. What is this I? It's a variable. It is the iterator for what sheet? For the test case sheet. It is the iterator for the test case sheet. What is J? J is the iterator for the test step sheet. Yes? Right? We're reading the TCID from row number, whatever I is, in column A. From what sheet? From the test case sheet. Where are we reading these IP1, these keyword IP1, 2, 3, and 4 from? We're reading it from the test step sheet, right? So that's right. But what about the row number? It should be J, not I. We're in the test step sheet now, right? Sorry. We're in the test step sheet with this loop, right? So we need to be reading from row number J. Oh, I'm going to start the test, sorry. Is that clear? Now let's try it. Oh boy. Okay. And let's try it now. Now, seems like we're able to get somewhere. Not identify the object WebEdit of class WebEdit. Okay. So we're not able to identify the object, the WebEdit object. What are we using for our function? Name, class, HTML ID, and the, really? So let's open up our not this. We are Oh man. Sorry guys. Reading from the wrong Excel sheet. Okay. So, yeah. All right, let's try this again. Sorry, that was my mistake. Okay, now we're good. Check your keywords. What's going on here? Check your keywords. Why are we getting this message box? Sorry? Yeah, we put it there. So weekend. Inner text is Washington City. Weekend summer. KDF. I copied the Washington City, DC. Interesting. Washington, DC. Huh. That's not what the property value was. Interesting. Not sure how that happened. Okay. So let's save this. And we're reading from weekend summer 2016. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Check your keywords again. What's going on here?
Because it has to go through all the rows.
Why?
In the second sheet, I mean, test set sheet. After after eight row, there is no keyword over there.
I'm only executing this one test case. So that means that I should only be coming and reading these, and that's it. Right? What is going on? So execute test.
The condition statement for J2, it is running from 2 to 3s rows. J to A.
I'm going to change this to J. Right? Yeah, it's going to run from, it's going to go through all of them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yes or no?
No.
No. That's what you were saying, right? So look, if the execute column in the test case sheet is Y, right? Then read the TCID from column A and print it out. And then, if it's Y, go to each row in the test step sheet and see if the TC-IDs match. So go to each row in the test step sheet, see if the TC-IDs match. So TS-ID is this. We're reading it from now. We're reading it from the right row, right? From J. I just changed this just now, right? And then we're saying if TC-ID is equal to TS-ID. Then you read these, right? So let's try this again. Right? Make sense, guys? Okay. Now, did I close Excel? No. We also do want to incorporate that error handling, not the error handling, the reporting feature as well. So we know that we're going, let's do that function again. Okay. What we'll do, function to report errors, and what we'll say is, we'll say over here, if ERR.number, I'm going to do it the other way. If it's not equal to 0, yeah, and if it's not equal to 0, then what? Then I want to have some, I want to write that that error report, right? So we'll do the same thing. fn error report is equal to ERR.number and ERR.description, right? Else fn error report is equal to passed. We can say keyword and passed, right? Okay. And we will clear the error object. I'm doing it the same way that I had before. When I figure out the solution for when we get an error, I'm going to update this script. Okay. But this is the same thing, right? Only difference is here, we're saying if it's not equal to 0. In other words, if there is an error, right? If there is an error, then in the error report, store this information. Otherwise, store this information in the error report, right? Make sense? All right. This is the symbol for not equal to, all right? This is the symbol for not equal to, okay? So, let's call this and we can say if fn error report is equal to keyword and passed, then what? TS underscore sheet dot cells J, right? Not I, J, and I want to write it in my Excel in I and J. I is result, J is error, right? I. right? Dot value is equal to past, right? And ts underscore sheet dot cells jj dot value is equal to, we can say NA. Else, ts underscore sheet dot cells I dot value is equal to failed, right? Sheet dot cells this error function will capture the runtime errors, right? And if. Okay, so we'll copy this. Put it here. Okay, let's save that. Keyword I will declare here as well. All right. Okay. Does this make sense? Now I also need to create a function to save my results, right? Because I'm writing to Excel now, right? I need to be able to save my results to Excel, right? Save and quit Excel, right? So we can say, function to save and quit Excel. Function and function. Fn quit Excel, right? How do we do it? My Excel.active workbook.save as, right? And how are we going to save this? Copy as path. Remember, we need the file path, right? That's the file path, but and today, and right? Remember? So today is equal to now, and then today is equal to replace today with, replace the slashes with the dash, right, for the date. And also replace in today the colon with the underscore, right? Make sense? And I need to declare today. Okay. So we're saving this, and now we need to quit, right? My Excel.application.quit, right? And then we can say set set my Excel equals to nothing. Set TC sheet equals to nothing. Set TS sheet equals to nothing. Right? Make sense, guys? Okay. Let's save this. Let's call this function. When in my driver script am I going to call this function? Outside of all the loops, right? When I'm done with everything, I want to call this function, right? Save changes to Excel and quit Excel. Okay. Now, make sure I have Excel closed. Right. Okay. Why do I replace 2 times? Because if you remember, when I say message box now, right, I get 9/4/2016, which is today's date, and 3/41/58, which is the system time as of right now, right? So in my file path, I cannot have slashes, and I don't want these colons. I can't have these colons, okay? So I can't have the slash or the colon because it's not acceptable, right? So I'm replacing the slash with a dash, and I'm replacing the colon with an underscore. I cannot do it both in one line. That's why I'm using replace function twice. Okay? All right. Save it. Let's try running it now and see what happens. Okay, so this is something that's specific to my machine. It just keeps asking me if I want to save it or not. Okay, and we can see here that it's passing. Okay, so let's finish building out the rest of these test cases, right? So I'm done with my driver script, right? Does this make sense? I'm done with my driver script now, right? Now all I need to do is add the test cases that I need to execute, right? Does this make sense? Okay. So let's open up. Okay. Now, close browser, open IE, enter the job title, enter the zip code, right? We can copy these things, right? Yes? Because they're all the same, right? There's nothing here that's different. What is different is what we're going to be, the job title that we're going to be looking for, right? And where the location is going to be, right? So let's say UFT engineer, and let's say we need a zip code. Give me a, guys from New York, give me a zip code. Anyone from New York? 63021. Okay. I'm assuming that's not New York, but that's okay. 63021. Okay. All right. Click on Find Jobs. We can actually copy this one as well. It's the same thing, right? We're clicking on the same button, right? Now we want to verify that the text results are there. So it's going to. That's going to be the same, right? The keyword and this font, right? But this is going to be different, right? So let's come here really quickly. UFT, what's the zip code? 63021. Baldwin, Missouri. Cool. Let's get these. Properties and values. And I already got the font. I need just the inner text now, right? That's it. And close browser, I already have browser underscore close and iFloor.exe, right? Okay, now let's save that. Close browser, open IE, go to URL, enter the job title, enter the zip code, click on Find Jobs, change the radius. Okay, all right, so we're doing pretty much the same thing up to here, right? So we can change these two things up here. Let's say we're looking for what? test automation engineer, and someone gave me a zip code in New York, I think. 11368. Okay. 1136. Okay. And we want to change the radius to within 50 miles. So, do we have a keyword for that? List select, right? It's a web list. So you have that keyword, list select. Okay. Now, what are the things that I need? Did we create that? Yeah, we did. I need the prop HTML ID. I need the prop name. Sorry, I like it like that, so, okay. All right, so I need the HTML ID, the name. Let's get the web list here, okay. I need the HTML ID, which is just in selector, right? I need the name, which is radius. And I need, what else? HTML tag and the value. So HTML tag should be select, right? Yeah. And the value, which is within 50 miles, right? Everything is lowercase, within 50 miles, right? Let's save that. Verify that the radius is changed to within 50 miles. So I have another keyword for that. List check, right? You guys remember that? List check, right? That was the last one that we did. So for this one, I need the same thing, HTML ID, name, and now this one I need the selection. So all I need to do, take this, right? And within 50 miles, that should be the selection, right? See, the selection is within 25 miles or within 50 miles, but with no spaces and everything. So I can just take this, put it there, right? And close that browser. So browser underscore close, and iexplore.exe. Yeah? Okay. And now, this last one right here. Open IE, enter the job title, enter the city, click on Find Jobs, so we can copy up to here, right? And I will say, what else can I use? Oh, we're looking for testing jobs. Software test engineer. Okay. Let's do, what else? Los Angeles? Yeah? All right. So let's do software test engineer. Software test engineer, Los Angeles, California. All right. Sorry. And, oh, browser close. Okay. So, made a mistake here. Sorry. Oh. Paste that formatting. Okay. Sorry about that. So we're going to open the browser, enter the job title, enter the city. Oh, no. Click on that, and then we want to click on this 100,000 plus link here, right? Okay. So do we have a keyword for clicking on this link? Link click? Yeah? All right. And we need the name, href, and HTML tag. So link click. And we need the name, href, and the HTML tag, which is name. Right? Make sense? Then verify that the salary filter was applied. How do we do that? So let's say if we come here and click on that, how can we verify that it's there? We have this thing here, right? We have this whole thing here. So let's see what this is. Okay. We see this. Let's take a look at this. Do you see what I did there? So I have okay. I'm going to get rid of some of this crap here. Okay. I'll get rid of href. I can get rid of other HTML. Oh no, somewhere. Inner text is here. Okay. So there we go. And all right. So I just got rid of a bunch of the extra stuff that we weren't going to use anyways. But we see here, 100,000 plus, undo, salaries estimated if unavailable. And that's what we see over here. We see this undo here, right? We could have actually just done this undo link, right? We could have done that as well. So it really just depends on what it is that we want to verify, right? So we have a web element here, right? And we can verify that this web element exists, right? Or we can verify that that link itself exists, that undo link, right? Which one do you guys think would be more effective or provide a more valid result? What do you guys think? Which do you think, to verify that this entire thing here, 100,000 plus undo, salaries estimated if unavailable, this thing that I've just highlighted, verifying if this exists, or simply verifying if this undo link exists? Which one do you think would be more relevant or more accurate in terms of our test? How can we better prove that we have applied the filter?
We select the whole because it includes the 10,000 figures, 100,000 figures.
Because it includes the 100,000 figures. So we want to make sure that we've applied the right filter, right? Look at what happens here. If I click on this undo, I do 115. If I just look at the undo, right, I could have by accident selected the wrong filter, right? What if I come here and I say full-time? I still have the undo link, but now I'm only looking at full-time jobs. It has nothing to do with the salary, right? So this undo by itself is just not enough, right? Yeah. Does this make sense, guys? Okay. So I want to try to verify that this web element exists, right? Do I have a keyword that can do that? What? Text check? This is not this is text.
We have to verify the inner text, right? Inner text probably.
Is this text though? Yeah, it's text. It's text. That's fine. Look at my function. In my function, right, we have that text check function. Where are we? Text check, right? What are we looking for? We're looking for a web element, right? We need the HTML tag and the inner text, right? That's it. We need the HTML tag and the inner text. Yeah? Make sense? So we can just use that keyword, text check. Okay. So this is interesting. So this step here was saying verify that the salary filter was applied, and this step here is saying verify that the salary filter was applied for 100,000 plus. So here we can say the text underscore check, right? And we can have, what do we need here? We need HTML tag and inner text. HTML tag, span, and inner text we can take that, right? Let's do wrap text there. Verify that the salary filter was applied. How can I do that?
The property just for the filter itself, and I don't know.
Think about this, guys. Let me undo this. I'm going to apply from the salary estimate, I'm going to apply 100,000. Yes? Now let's take a look at what happened. We see this entire thing, right? But what do we not see here anymore? Salary, right? Remember the salary estimate? Yeah? So, what can we do? How can we do this? Well, we can say, if we want to make sure that we've applied the salary estimate, or the salary filter, right? Then that means that after we select a salary, the salary estimate is no longer there. Yes? Does that make sense? So, text check 2, right? We can say text check 2, okay? What we'll do here function to verify that text doesn't exist.
You do that with the same text same function, right?
We have to change that function.
Yeah, but if the text is not exact, how are we going to get
If the value comes from that function is false, then we can say that text doesn't exist.
Okay, that's true. We could do that as well. So instead of using this function, instead of creating a new function, if we say text check, where are we? Text check, right? So this will verify if it exists, right? And if it doesn't exist, it will return a value of false, right? So we can say that if it returns a value of false, then what?
it doesn't exist?
That means it doesn't exist. That means it's verified, right? But the thing is,
We should check the properties of salary.
what about this? What about this? For this function, text check, right? We're printing text is verified, else text is not verified, right? Text is present, text is not present. Yeah? But then I still want a way to uniquely say that value, that salary filter was applied. Right? You know what I mean? I want to be able to say that salary filter was applied. Okay. Right? That's why I wanted to create that second function that's dedicated just to verify if a text doesn't exist. So this text check function verifies if a text actually exists. The second function, text check 2, verifies that a text doesn't exist. Make sense? So, function to verify that a text doesn't exist. We have function and function, right? And here it's text check 2. Okay? And we can actually copy what we had here for this text check. This thing right here. We can copy this entire thing. All right. And the only thing is this text check 2, right? Does this make sense? We can save this. Absence of text may be a result of other errors. Is it okay to use it? Well, that's true. It could be a result of other errors, but I want to make sure, again, that what I can do is I can verify also before that. So I would have to update the test case, right? I can verify that this exists, and then after I apply the filter, I can verify that it doesn't exist, right? So text check 2 here, and we're going to be doing the same thing here as this text check. Okay, it's going to return a true or false. Verify text doesn't exist. Verify text exists. Okay? Make sense? Okay. So text check 2, and we have prop HTML tag. Prop in your text, right? And we can say set a web element equals to nothing. Okay. Now, what changes do we need to make to our driver script? Well, we just added a couple of functions here, right? We added this text check function, right? We need to create a case statement for this, right? We need to update our case statement. Another case, case text check 2, right? If the keyword is text underscore check 2, then if text check 2, IP1, IP2, if it's true, then print salary filter was not verified, was not applied, we'd say. Else, print salary filter was applied, right? Or actually you can just say appropriate filter. Make sense? Right? Let's take a look here at these cases that we have, and let's look at our test steps. And we need the browser underscore close, and I explore. Okay. So we already have a case statement for the browser open, edit set, button click. Do we have one for link click? Oh, and here this would be text check 2. Sorry. And text check 2, we were looking for the HTML tag of span and this, right? Sorry about that. Forgot that. Oh, wait a minute. No. We have to verify salary estimate in our text. Right? Okay. So we have case statements for all of these. Do we have a case statement for link click? Do we? Browser close, open, edit set, button click, text check 2. We don't, right? Case, link click. So if the value of keyword is link click, then you want to execute the function called link click with IP1, IP2, IP3, right? Link click, 1, 2, 3. Text check 2 we just did. We already have the thing for text check, the case statement for text check, and we already have the case statement for browser underscore close. So we're good. Now, let's come here and let's execute all of these. And this is supposed to be 50 mouse. Sure. What do you want to see in the script? Okay. All right. So, yeah. I'm sorry?
After else for link, has the checkbox, the keyword.
Yes. Wait, what's your question?
It's about this thing. That's fine.
No, what is your question?
Yeah, I just want to check this. That's the.
Oh, okay. You're good?
Yeah.
All right. So let's save this. All right. And let's see what happens. Oh, we forgot what? List select. Stop this test. Okay. Case list select. List select, and how many do we have here? Let's select, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So IP1, IP2, IP3, and IP4. Right? Let's save it. Let me make sure Excel is closed. All right. Check. Forgot that too. I'm going to execute list check function. And how many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. IP1, IP2, IP3, and IP4. Okay. All right. Again, this is something that's just for my machine, just verifying that I want to save it. Okay. So let's see here. And we can see everything is working just fine. Cool? All right. I'll go through this driver script one more time from beginning to end. Okay? And then if you guys have any questions about anything, then let me know. Okay? But we're done with the keyword-driven framework. Okay? All right. So we have option explicit. I'm declaring some variables here. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to associate my function library and connect to Excel. Right? Then I'm going to count the number of rows in both of the sheets, the test case and the test step sheet. Right? I'm going to go to each row. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to each row in the test case sheet and see if the execute flag is Y. In other words, I'm going to go to each row in my test case sheet. Right? And I want to see if I need to execute this test case. Right? If I need to execute the test case, so I'm reading if it's Y or no, yes or no, right? If I need to execute it, right, if it's Y, I'm going to get this TC ID value, right, the test case ID. I'm going to get this value. I'll print it, right? I'll print that TC ID value. And then I'm going to go to, if it's yes, right, I'm going to then go to each row in the test step sheet and see if the TC IDs match. So I'm going to see if TC ID is equal to TS ID. TS ID I'm getting from the test step sheet, right? And remember, don't forget the iterator, the two different iterators, okay? So if they're the same, then I'm going to read the values for keyword IP1, IP2, IP3, and IP4 from the test step sheet, right? It's from the test steps sheet, right? And then I'm going to print what keyword I'm going to be executing. And then I'm going to execute the corresponding keywords, right? How do I do that? I'm going to look at whatever the value for keyword is, and based on that value, I will execute the appropriate function, right? So if the value for keyword happens to be browser underscore close, I will execute the function called browser underscore close, right? If the value for keyword happens to be browser underscore open, I will execute the function called browser underscore open along with these arguments, IP1 and IP2, right? If the value for keyword happens to be a button underscore click, I'll execute the function called button underscore click along with these arguments, IP1, 2, and 3, and so on. Now this text check, right? All I'm doing here, if the value for keyword is text underscore check, okay? If the value for keyword is text underscore check, I'm going to execute it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if the value for text underscore check with this IP1 and IP2 arguments, if this is returning a true or a false, okay? If what I've just highlighted here returns a true, right? If the function contains a value of true, I will print text verified. Else, I'll print text not verified, right? Text check 2, right? This is a little bit different. So here I'm going to see if this, what I've just highlighted, if it returns a value of true or false, if it contains a value of true or false. If it contains a value of true, I will print the appropriate filter was not applied. Okay. But if it contains a value of false, meaning that that salary estimate text is not there, right? I'll print that the appropriate filter was applied. Okay. If the value of keyword happens to be link underscore click, I'll execute the function link underscore click along with these arguments IP1, 2, and 3. If it's list underscore select, I will execute this function list underscore check IP1, 2, 3. Oh, by the way, I made a mistake here. List underscore check, right? This is returning a value, right? Look at this. List underscore check returns a value, right? So I have to say if list underscore check, and it's returning a value, right? So I put the arguments within parentheses. If it's true, then we can print what? Appropriate item was selected. Else, print appropriate item was not selected, right? And if. Make sense, guys? So I'm doing the same thing as I did here with the text check and the text check 2, right? Because this function, list check, will contain a value of either true or false, right? So list check will contain a value of true or false. So this entire thing will contain a value of true or false. If it's true, then we're going to print appropriate item was selected. If this entire thing here contains a value of false, we'll print this, right? Okay. And then case else, message box, check your keywords. Okay. Now, here, ending the select case statement. What is this conditional statement? This end if. What is this ending? Ending the TCID is equal to TSID conditional statement. You see this? It's ending this one. Okay. What is this next continuing? This is continuing the test steps iteration. TS sheet, which is J. Okay. What is this end if ending? This is ending this. Execute test equals to Y. Okay. And what is this continuing? For the TC underscore sheet. Okay, the test cases sheet. That's what this is ending. Is this clear? Yeah. All right. So understand that the test cases, right? Let's say this is no and this is no. Okay. So we're only executing test case 1 and test case 4. That means the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to come and see if we should execute this test case. We should execute this test case, and so we're going to read this TC001. We're going to come and we're going to execute this test case, this keyword. We're going to execute this keyword and 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 this keyword. We're going to continue on to see if this TSID is equal to TC001, right? We're going to continue on to see if this test case ID, if the test case IDs match. They do not, so we're not going to execute this. We're not doing this. We're not executing this. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Right? Until we get to the end of the sheet. Right? This is still the first iteration of the test case sheet. Right? Then we move on to here. We're going to read this. Should we execute this test case? No. So we're not going to read this. We're going to move on to the next row, right, in the test case sheet. Should we execute this? No. So we're not going to do anything with this TC003. We're going to move on to the next row. Should we execute this? Yes. So we're going to read TC004, come back to test steps, and we're going to start from the very top. Is this the same thing as TC004? No. So we're not going to execute any of these keywords. We're not going to execute any of these. Are any of these the same as TC004? No. So we're not going to execute any of these keywords. What about this? Are any of these the same as TC004? No, they're not. So we're not going to execute any of these keywords. This one right here, is this the same as TC004? Yes, so we're going to start executing from here. We're going to execute these keywords, these steps. We get to the end of the row, end of the sheet, and we're also at the end of the sheet here. Now we end the test. Is that clear? Line 49, why not make it a checkpoint? Line 49 where? In my driver script? Or in my function library? Script. So here, why not make it a checkpoint? This is a checkpoint. Text check. Where are we? Enter text, verify text, right? That exists, it's a checkpoint. The checkpoint is either passing or failing. If it passes, we get a value of true. If it fails, the value of false, right? We're using this value, true or false, to print this. Okay? Any other questions, guys? I'm going to post it all tonight. Yeah. Okay? Okay, guys. If there are no more questions, we will call it a day. I will say this though, make sure that you guys are practicing this. This is, I think, more complicated than the data-driven framework. Okay? But if you practice on the two websites that we worked with, on Dice and Indeed. Okay? Try to create the same functions that we created, create the same driver script that we created in class. Okay? But practice. Okay? Once you're comfortable with Dice and Indeed, then move on to some other applications. Okay? All right. Thanks, Omar Farouk. Next week we'll talk about the hybrid framework. Okay? So we're going to actually continue with Dice and Indeed. Okay? Going from a keyword to a hybrid framework is not that much more work. Okay? It's just another for loop and another conditional statement. Okay, that we're going to add.
We have all our data in Excel. It's much better than data-driven framework.
Sorry?
This framework
Uh-huh.
is much easier than data-driven framework. I would like.
Oh, you think it's easier to create this? That's great, because this logic is a little bit more complicated. The driver script logic here is more complicated. Okay?
For there, you don't do all stuff at the end.
Sorry?
For the other one, at the end, I will go through them.
All you're doing is reading from Excel and writing back to Excel.
I know, but it's just like getting back and forth.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of back and forth. That's right. Okay, guys, make sure you guys are practicing. Okay? Guys, before you guys leave, I have an announcement. So, guys. So on September 15th, Okay? On September 15th, I will have an extra class, okay, in which I will go over material that I have not covered yet, okay? On September 15th, I will have an extra class. It'll be, sorry? That's a Thursday, okay? It's Thursday evening. It'll be from 6 to 11, okay? It's going to be for both the weekend and the weekday classes, all right? I will be covering material that I have not covered yet, okay? So we're going to have the normal class next weekend, okay, Saturday and Sunday. That Thursday, on September 15th, I will have an extra class, okay? You guys will get the link for it and all that. It's going to be from 6 to 11 p.m., all right? And it'll cover some of the material, well, the rest of the material that I haven't covered so far, okay? Things like actions, things like there's something called file system object, automation object model, AOM, okay? We'll talk about shell scripting a little bit, sorry? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Bug and debug? No, I don't know what you mean there. But there's a couple of different things that I'm going to be talking about, okay? This will not be a review session, okay? It will not be a review session. I will be going over new material, okay? I'll be going over material that I haven't talked about in class yet. I'll be giving out, there will be notes and everything for the different topics that we'll be going over, okay? So that's going to be September 15th, Thursday, from 6 to 11 p.m. All right? Is that clear? And it'll be for both the weekend and the weekday, so you guys will be combined. Okay? I'll be doing the class from here, so you guys are welcome to come to the campus, or you guys can do it online. I know a lot of you guys work and everything, so you know. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so that's going to happen. Also, one more thing. For those of you guys that are going to be attending the boot camp, doing the boot camp, those of you guys that have started from the beginning, that are doing both of the days, the boot camp for both of the days, right? If you guys would like to be moderators, okay? Because the moderators are chosen from you guys, okay? Those who have you know, who have performed well throughout the course. They've been doing well with the homework assignments. We're doing well with the quizzes and the tests, all that kind of stuff, and they feel confident. Okay. If you'd like to be a moderator, send me an email. Okay. I believe Mr. Said also he was mentioning that he was going to send you guys an email as well. But send me an email. .us or Said.Hussain@peopleintech.com. Okay. If you would like to be a moderator, for the bootcamp, for bootcamp 2016. So what a moderator will do, okay, they're basically going to get the bootcamp material 2 days before, 2-3 days before, okay. You guys will be in direct contact with me, going over the bootcamp material. You guys will do the bootcamp basically before everyone else will do it, okay. And the day of the boot camp, that weekend, you guys will be here on campus, okay, in Virginia, New York, the New York campuses, Philly, and Atlantic City, okay. And you guys will, your main job will be to help the other students, okay, with any kind of questions that they might have and things like that, okay. So that's going to be the job, and that doing that will also help you guys in terms of, you know, getting that sort of the tutoring type of hours and all that kind of stuff, and getting that experience where you're helping other people, okay, and explaining things to other people. All right. So if you'd like to be a moderator for the bootcamp, send an email to both of us. Okay. And also, the way that we generally do it, those of you guys that are the moderators, that sort of takes the place of some of the hours for the tutoring and the mentoring. We make sure that those people that feel that they're ready to be moderators, we give them preference or to get into the job market a little bit faster as well. Okay, so we're looking and we're going to try to push you guys, the moderators, onto the job market. You know, give you guys a little bit of a preference because we feel that you guys have that confidence and that knowledge to be able to help other people. So you guys are going to be good, doing well on the job market as well. Okay, so that's another benefit for you guys. If you feel that you're comfortable helping other people, if you feel confident enough, right? We will be able to help you get onto the job market a little bit faster. Okay. How much time? So you guys will be, just like the regular students, if you guys are chosen to be a moderator, you will have 2 to 3 days, you know, to complete the boot camp, and then on that Saturday and Sunday, you know, you would need to be here and helping the other students with their boot camp. Okay, so you'll have about 2 to 3 days to complete the boot camp yourself. Okay. Let's see, Omar Farouk. Do I have to put the new session on my portfolio? I already attended the whole summer session. I'm redoing since I can't be on the market anyway due to college. Okay, no, so no, Omar, you don't, as long as your grades are for the various material that you've submitted, the homework and the quizzes and all that, for the entire course, if your grades are fine, you don't need to submit that the homework again in the fall. Okay, you're more than welcome to redo the course, retake the course if you'd like. Okay. Do you need to register for the September 15th class? You will be sent a link, just like you registered to get the webinar link for this weekend class. You're going to be doing the same. It's going to be the same process for that class on September 15th, on that Thursday. Okay. So if you're not able to come here, I know most of you guys have jobs during the week, so it's hard for you guys to come during the week. So you guys will be able to take it from online. All right, if you need to. Okay. So yeah, if you guys want to be a moderator, please send an email to both of us. Okay. Yeah, get the homework assignments in as soon as you can. Okay. We're gonna finish up. I'm gonna close all the grading probably Tuesday or Wednesday this week. All right. So make sure you get it in. Yeah, do it. If you miss any homeworks, do it. Get the work in.
If I want to be a moderator, do I have to come here or can I do that online?
I'd like for the moderators to be at the campuses. Okay. I'd like for the moderators to be at the campuses because I'll be here. Okay, so I'll be able to work with you guys. If you guys are at the the New York or the Philly or the Atlantic City campuses, I can communicate more easily with you guys when you guys are at the campus.
What time is the session? Is it going to be evening session for the moderator thing?
Sorry?
So if I want to be a moderator, what time would I have to be?
No, so if you're chosen as a moderator, what's going to happen is you will be emailed the bootcamp material, okay? And you guys will have 2 to 3 days to get it done, okay? You will have to have it done before and submitted before the bootcamp starts, before Saturday, okay? So you get it done, and then we will, you'll be here on Saturday and Sunday, and you'll be helping out. So you can do it on your own time, all right? But you'll have 2 to 3 days, okay? Surfers on Zoom, yeah, it'll be checked. That's fine. Yeah.
When you said they have more prevalence when they put them in the
Well, the reason that we do that is because those people that feel that they're confident, that those people that have that are able to help other people, right? That shows that you guys are, first of all, you're knowledgeable about the material, and also you have the confidence to be able to help other people, okay? And you're able to answer questions.
But it's the same material.
There's no difference. It's the same boot camp.
My question is
So-
like there is somebody just like he's confident and do everything, but he doesn't want to do moderator.
Mhm.
So why who want to be a moderator has the reference to be the job market before the other one?
No, not. It's not that they're going to get on the job market before. Okay, we're gonna monitor those people. Okay, more and look at see where they are. They have to still complete the same requirements.
Yeah.
Okay, they have to complete the boot camp. They have to do the mentoring and tutoring hours and all that kind of stuff. Okay, same requirements as anyone else. Okay, but we're going to, we're going to give them a little bit more attention to make sure that they're able to get onto the market. You know what I mean? Just because they're able, because in order to actually truly be able to help other people, you first of all, you have to want to help other people. You have to want to be able to step up and do that. Okay, and that being able to help other people shows that you have that knowledge, the skill set, as well as the confidence. You know what I mean? So it's one thing to have that knowledge, but if you don't have that confidence, it's going to be hard for you on the interviews. Okay?
We don't have the opposite.
Sorry?
We don't have the opposite.
If you have the confidence?
Yeah, but I'm not knowledgeable about everything.
It's okay. That's fine. Confidence is, I would say, a little bit more important. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. I will see you guys next week then. Okay. All right. Take care.
You know what? It's make me happy.